Hey there, and welcome to the Build Your Own UI Library course. In this course, I will essentially teach you how to make your own design system using Tailwind and BaseUI for accessibility. We will create these gorgeous components that are inspired by Neomorphism, so we'll do our spin on it. And at the end of this course, I will also teach you how you can host it in your own registry, similar to how ShadCN does it. So you can one-click install it across multiple different projects. So hope you're excited, and let's get into it. Before we create our UI library, we have to pick a certain style that we want to apply to all the different components. And the best way to do this is to essentially look back in the past and see kind of what worked and what didn't work. So I'll take you back to the past. Let's go back to the 90s where skeuomorphism became really popular. Now, do know that this time was around where the internet started getting popular, so a lot of people weren't really accustomed to digital interfaces. So what ended up happening is a lot of the UI that was created was trying to mimic real life as much as possible, just so that transition to the digital world would become really easy. So for example, this video recording app, as you can see, is actually a 3D rendered microphone here. And the buttons as well, as you can see, they have like shades of shadows and highlights to make them look a bit more realistic. Same for the book stand here. As you can see, you actually have stands for all the books, and you have shadows and a lot of texture as well in the background. So you're gonna see that wooden texture. Same for the note-taking app here. You have that paper texture with the lines. Whereas nowadays, you probably just see a white background with black text on top. So it has a lot of character, it has a lot of texture and shadows. And that was kind of the strength of it. So it was the strength, it was great to onboard new users to digital interfaces. The weakness, it can feel clustered, outdated, and visually heavy. Not only that, I'd probably like to add that shipping and creating these UI interfaces would also take considerably longer than something like flat UI that we're going to have a look at in just a second. But imagine having to create something like this rather than just like a simple recording button, right? You'd have to learn a 3D software like Blender, and it would take you a couple of days to actually create it. Not only that, it would actually be more heavy on your website or your application, because this would probably take 200 or 300 kilobytes of space. It's actually a like big rendered raster image, a PNG, right? Rather than maybe like an SVG. So those are some things to keep in mind. But these days, again, it can feel a bit outdated. So we start moving away from this to something that you probably heard and is still relevant these days, is flat design. We took those complicated shadows and highlights and essentially flattened it to a simple shape here, right? It's 2D, it doesn't have that 3D depth to it, and we just have simple SVG shapes. So as you can see, the mail icon here doesn't have any shadows, it's mainly just one gradient from bottom to top. And if you compare it to skeuomorphism here, as you can see, super simple. So the idea is that these days, people have become accustomed to like what these things do, like what the buttons do on the website. We could look at this trash icon now and say, okay, that probably deletes something. This is probably toggling something on and off, you know? So we got accustomed to it essentially. And the strength of this is that it's really simple, clean, fast to render, and it scales well. So having these simple SVGs, again, this is like a PNG here, so take up like 80 to 100 kilobytes, whereas rendering out an SVG like this is probably not even a kilobyte. And also implementing a page that's using flat design would probably take you 10 times less than doing something in skeuomorphism. So the speed of being able to ship stuff has considerably increased. Now the weaknesses is that it can sometimes feel minimal, lacks depth, and harder to show hierarchy. So again, you've probably seen this, a lot of websites do end up kind of looking the same, and there's not much character to them anymore. So that's kind of the downsides. It's quite hard to get something a bit more unique. And what are we gonna do? We are gonna create our UI library with neomorphism. Now this is something that became popular a couple of years ago, but kind of died out because there wasn't really a proper set of guides on how to implement it. It was kind of loosely thrown out there, and then no one really took it on board. A lot of people said that there are some like accessibility issues, and that was more regarding to the contrast. And what I mean by that is let's kind of have a look. What is neomorphism anyway? Again, it takes the blend of flat design and skeuomorphism, combines them together and tries to modernize it. So as you can see, we have this shape here, and that's kind of pushed out, giving it this like 3D effect using shadows here at the bottom and highlights here at the top. So we have a nice ring of highlights. So here at the with the buttons as well, as you can see, they're kind of getting pushed out of the UI, giving that 3D effect. And then you can sprinkle in some textures as well. So as you can see, this little up button here has a bit of texture. We have those little dots there, and the switch icon here also has these ridges and also shadows and highlights, giving it a very realistic look. So I really, really like the style, but again, I haven't really seen a nice implementation. So I'm more than excited to show you what we're gonna make. And here is another example here. And just for you to know like what other styles are out there, you probably know about this liquid glass one that Apple just made really popular with the new iPhones. Unfortunately, this is kind of proprietary to Apple now, so you cannot really recreate this in the browser. Trust me, I tried. There's no support for making something like this, but it's really cool. I really like the effect. Another one that was quite popular for some time is called Neo-Brutalism. This uses like very harsh borders, like black borders, really thick borders here on the buttons as well, and kind of tries to replicate that 90s retro style. But let's see how we're going to implement our neomorphism. So this is what we're going to create here. As you can see, these beautiful styled components. And to fix that accessibility problem that I saw people have is we're going to use a border as well to give that clear separation. And as you can see, it kind of also works together with the shadows and highlights. I'm not sure why people didn't do it this way, but I think it looks really, really nice. So we're going to create this music player component here, these sliders as well. As you can see, the buttons look like they're getting nicely pushed in as well and pushed out. I just think that looks really, really cool. We have a graph here. I'm going to show you how we can render that out. We have these switches as well that kind of have the 3D effect. And we have a subscription kind of toggle here. We have a checkbox as well that kind of sticks out there. We have the move goal here. We also have a dashboard. Well, I'll show you how you can do these tabs. And as you can see, those look like they're getting pushed in. So really cool. We also render out some badges here. We have a create an account here. I'll show you how you can work with inputs as well, accessible inputs. And we also have a smart home. And as you can see, we can also increase the temperature there, which is going to change the color. So we can toggle between these as well. And this is all supported with light mode as well. And it still looks fantastic. So there we go. This is what we're going to create. I hope you are excited. I love this one. I'm so excited to use it in my future projects as well. So I'm going to pop in with the camera and pop out where it's important so I don't take away too much from the code. Before we get deeper into it, I do want to talk a little bit about Tailwind and BaseUI. So I'll see you in the next episode. In this episode, I quickly want to touch on design systems because what we are creating is a UI component library, and something like ChatCN is also a UI component library. However, these do not really dictate the language of your website, kind of how the feel and the style looks like. That's what a design system is. It uses these tokens essentially where you kind of predefine your fonts, your colors, your font families, and kind of the spacing as well. So creating a design system on its own is quite involved, right? For typography, for example, you're gonna have to kind of pick out your own font family, kind of go through all the different headings, subheadings, paragraphs, buttons, and pick out certain sizes for each. Because if you do random values, the website is just going to start falling apart really quickly and things are going to start looking weird and just not professional at all. Same for the font weight, and also like the contrast between them is very important. So that's like one aspect of the design system is typography. But you also have colors, right? You might have a primary color, also the background and foreground, how is that gonna look like? But you might also have certain colors that you're gonna reuse across your website for maybe error messages, right? You might wanna have a shade of red for that, or you might have a success button, right? You might wanna have a shade of green. So these are all really important. As you can see, here's a little example here of all the different buttons using this design system. And for the badges as well, as you can see, they have certain predefined colors, sizes, and font weights to them. Now, you could, when you probably start web development, you probably did this. I'll just show you a little example here. So I just have a little text here. As you can see, I have a paragraph and a button. We all probably start web development in something like this. We define a HTML file. You don't have to follow along for this. This is just like a quick example. And then you have a CSS file here, right? And then you probably did something like this, where you grab the button and then you style up this button. So you do a background color, for example, on it. Let's do, I'm gonna do an ugly one here, but let's do a light blue. There we go, and there's the color, and then you might add a padding to it. So I'll do 1 rem, 2 rem. There we go. I'll do a dark blue here. If there even is a dark blue, there is a dark blue, but that contrast is not so good. So let's stick to this. And then you might add a border radius. I'll do 1 rem. Anyway, you get the point. You just kind of start styling up all your stuff like this. And then you grab the H1. You might want a font size of 2 rem on this, etc., etc. But then you run into the problem where you start adding multiple stuff, right? You might go here, you might create another div, and I have a button here as well that this is maybe like a cancel button. And oh crap, well that looks the same as that one, and I don't really want that. So what do you end up doing? You might start thinking, okay, well I can just make a class name, right? Create a class name for each. So you might go up here and you might say this is a class name of button primary or something like that, right? And then you go here, you add a class name, and then you say button of danger or something like that, right? Okay, cool. So now we did that. Now we are gonna head back to the CSS file, and rather than naming it like this, you can say, okay, well my button primary can just have the class of button primary. There we go. And that way, I might have picked a different name. Let me just quickly go have a check. There we go. Let's shorten this button primary like that. Okay, cool. So now it only applies to this specific button. But the only difference really I want on the cancel or danger, however we named it, is the background color. So background, I want this to be red, right? But then I still want the padding and everything else to be there. So then you might just go over here and start copying these values. And this can start getting quite out of control. Now we have a different problem, right? We are like duplicating a lot of this code, and this is gonna get out of hand really quickly. So then you start like introducing maybe another class name into this. So what you end up doing is going here, and then you're like, well, let's kind of just separate these. We'll have a generic button, but then we also have a button primary like that. So now we can apply 2 different class names, so BTN and BTN danger. So there we go, let's save that. And now what we can do is head back. And now what we can do is just do a generic BTN where we apply the border radius and then the padding. But there we go. But just so you know, like, there we go, save. So it still works the same way, but it's a bit more clear. But we already introduced so many different names and class names that we have to remember just for a button with one simple variant. Now imagine you have 10 different variants for this button. Heck, imagine you have 20 different components with 20 different variants. This is gonna get out of control really quickly. You introduce hundreds and hundreds of different class names and that you have to also name, right? And that becomes really, really difficult. not only you have to name all of these different things, you are also context switching a lot. You are going between the CSS file and you are going between the HTML file before you can actually get anything done, right? And then God forbid you might have a class name you don't remember, then you have to go here and just scour your whole CSS file to find that thing. Now, this still doesn't solve the problem of what we did here. There's another big problem. We pick random values, right? We pick padding 1 rem, 2 rem. Okay, well, we picked a font size of 2 rem here for the H1. What if this becomes a really, really big project and you just picked all these random arbitrary values? You're not going to remember those, and you are probably going to end up in a situation where you are using different font sizes without necessarily realizing. Or maybe it just might be really close to it, but not exactly. And it just starts looking really, really weird. So you might think, okay, well, that's a good solution that we can do because we have variables now. So you might go here to the top and create a variable. So you might add it to the body tag or the HTML tag. Actually, it's better to define it on the root. And let's create it. We are going to create a variable. Let's call this color. Let's do size, actually. Size LG, for example, like that. And then you do 2 rem here. Okay, and then you do the same for the colors. You do the same for the spacing. Again, you have to kind of name these things, but that's fine. But now, at least now, you can go here and remove this and use a variable instead. So you can do variable size LG like that and hit save. And as you can see, we have the same effect. Okay, so there's a lot that you need to do here. You need to pick out the colors. You need to pick out the different sizes. You also need to pick out the different spacings that you have. And you might also have things that you kind of forgot, like breakpoints, because you might want to have the website look a certain way when it's on small screen or medium screen or large screen, right? So there's a lot of these things that you have to keep in consideration. So this is what essentially Tailwind solves for you. Tailwind gives you these little utility classes that kind of stops you having to worry about context switching. So you just do flex call. For the colors as well, you have predefined colors. You also have predefined sizes for your typography that you can just simply reuse. And this is great because the system that they use is really popular when you learn design. You essentially want to have a like 0.25 rem incrementation. So that's 4 pixels and 4 pixels. So that's how they do their sizing. If we go over here to the docs, let me quickly show you. For example, for the colors, and they pretty much give you all the colors that you're ever gonna need on a website. I never felt the need to reach out for something different. This is a fantastic palette. And then you have all the shades as well. See, like normally you'd have to pick these shades out yourself because you also have to keep in mind, hey, your website might want to have light mode and dark mode. Well, then you'd also need 2 shades of your main color. So for emerald, for example, you just do color emerald 300 or 700 or 900 and you are done. They give you dark mode as well. They give you a responsive design and that you can use these breakpoints. So you can just do MD or LG here and then your site automatically is going to switch to that. And it's very, very effective. There's no context switching. You don't have to go between CSS and index HTML. You can just simply do it in the markup. Another advantage of this is that you can simply copy over a chunk of your HTML, paste it somewhere else, and it just works and it has the styling already attached to it because you're not linking. You're not doing this weird linking with the class names and everything. So it's really, really powerful. I've been using it for years and I highly, highly recommend it. So this is what we're going to be using. The other thing that I quickly want to touch on is BaseUI. This essentially just gives you unstyled components that are accessible ready. Okay, so you don't have to worry about implementing area labels. You don't have to worry about implementing so your components work when you're tabbing over and have good functionality like that. For example, here, right, for the pop-up, I can press space to enable it. All of that functionality is already hooked up for you. And you have all the important components that you would need, from accordions to avatars, buttons, fields, inputs, and everything else. So that's why we're using that. You might have heard of something like Radix UI. That's unfortunately not maintained anymore, as far as I know. And that's what ChatCN uses. So if you're starting a new project, I recommend you actually starting on this one. Okay. Well, let's get ready. Let's start building this out. Welcome to chapter 2. And this one, we're going to start setting up our project and creating our core components for our UI library. So just so I can give you a bit more space, I'm going to remove myself from the camera here. I'm right behind the browser. Don't worry. Okay, so we are going to be using Vite here as kind of our build tool. This is a fantastic way to get started really quickly. I highly recommend you using this. You can set up a React project, vanilla TS project, or all of these different frameworks here that they provide. But we are going to stick with React, which is React TS. Now to install it, there's this command here, npm create vite at latest. All you need is to have node installed. So you can check node v, I believe, and there we go. I have 24. If you don't have it installed, again, you can head over to node.js and just follow the installation guideline. It's pretty straightforward. There's not much to it. Okay, so let's run the command, create vite at latest. Here we go, we're gonna say yes here. This is version 8, and let's call this Neomorphism 2.0. There we go, we are gonna select React for our project and TypeScript as well. Use roll down here. I'm gonna say no, this just came out, I think a couple of days ago. Don't worry about it, we don't need it. And then we are gonna say yes here to npm install and start, and we are good to go. And there we go, that already started up here on localhost 5173. So if we go here to the browser and run this, and there we go, look at that, we have our project up and running. Now, just to kind of guide you through everything that we have, I'll quickly kill the server here. I'll clear it out. Let's just open up so we can see our file system. Let me actually npm and go over in the folder. So cd, and I called it Neomorphism 2.0. There we go, so we're in it. I'm gonna use nvim. You can use VS Code or whatever other tool you'd like. Just to quickly take you through the file system here, we have a node modules, so every package that you're gonna install is gonna live in here. We have a public, we have a source, the assets here, you can put your images and whatnot. We have an app CSS. Now we are gonna just simply, let's actually clear everything out here. So just delete everything, hit save. Actually, let's just get rid of it entirely. Just delete it. Index CSS here, let's also clear this out. We are gonna keep this file though. And then we have an app TSX, which is just gonna render out what we have here. However, we can remove a lot of this. So let me just start the server back up. Let's see where we are. There we go. Let's see the into Neomorphism 2.0. I'm going to run npm run dev. Okay, so we're back up. Let's refresh this. As you can see, we get an error now because we don't have the app CSS anymore. So let's delete that. We can get rid of this logo as well. We can get rid of the Vite logo as well. And the state here we don't need. And then everything pretty much that's in this div we can clear out. So clear that out, clear that out. And let's just rename this to main like that. And for now, we can just add a simple H1 that says hello there. All right, so just to simplify everything, even this, we don't need the use state. Perfect. The main TSX here essentially just renders out this application, and that's pretty much all there is to it. Finally, we have a package JSON, which is important. This is where we're going to install all of our different dependencies. So let's do that so we are ready to go. Okay, so what we're going to need here, go over to the terminal. We'll kill the application. Let's clear this. I'm going to run npm I. We're going to do tailwind CSS. Okay, that's installed. We're going to do npm I. We're going to use, let's see here, Lucid React. So this is going to be used for our icons. And finally, let's also install BaseUI. So BaseUI components / React. And we actually also need another package here that kind of bridges the gap between Tailwind and Vite. And that's called Tailwind CSS / Vite. Okay, there we go. And then any other package that we need, we can just jump back here to the terminal really quickly and add those. But that should be all ready to go now. So I'll see you in the next episode where we are going to start creating our first component. Probably the most important component that we're going to have is going to be our button. So I'm going to head over here to the source tab and I'm going to create a components folder. You're going to see this quite frequently. And I'm going to do a button TSX. So there we go. Let's open this up. And for now, I'll just export default button like that. And I'll just return a simple button. There we go. Let's close up the tags. And let's do a submit here. There we go. Super simple. Nothing too crazy, right? Okay. I forgot to add the function name here. Export default function. There we go. That should get rid of those error messages. And here it says we have a prop error. Don't worry about that for now. We'll just leave it like that. Okay, so to render this out, let's head back to the app TSX. And right here, we can go below this. We should be able to import our button component. There we go. Now let's render that out and see if it works. And it looks like we don't have the development server running, so let's run that back. Okay, and there we go. We got the little submit button. Cool. Now, it would be nice if I could just pass down any text that I want here rather than just defining it like that. So what we can do is extract the children essentially from the props. So you can either do props like this and then extract it like this. Or you can directly do it here like this. Okay, both of those are fine. Let's just do it like this for now. There we go. So what we can do here is rather than saying that, we can say children and hit save. And as you can see, we are not getting anything right now. So I should be able to go back to the app TSX. And rather than doing that, I should be able to simply do a button and then say submit here like that. And look at that, we got the same effect. So now we can style this up however we want. I can go here and change this to cancel, and that works just fine. Now, as you can see by default, these buttons already have some stylings to them, and each browser is going to have a different one, but they're not too nice looking. So what Tailwind also gives you is something called pre-flight, which essentially resets a bunch of the stylings that are already existing between different browsers. So the header here, as you can see, that has like a certain amount of spacing as well on it. We'll just make this a little bit bigger here. As you can see, it has a big margin on it. The buttons have like these weird borders and like that ugly gray background color. I absolutely hate it. It just looks so ugly. But that's the standard, right? So there's nothing you can do about it. For now, if I try to do something like this, class name, flex, as you can see, that doesn't work yet. So we need to make Tailwind work. So let's head to the index CSS. And it's really simple to get Tailwind working with Vite. All you have to do is say add import Tailwind CSS. That's it, save. And as you can see, that removes a bunch of those styles already. However, we also have to do this little configuration here in our Vite config. So let's go here to the Vite config really quickly. I'll go here to the bottom, and here in the plugins, actually, let's kind of open this up, add a comma here. Oops. Oh, that's annoying. That kind of blocks my whole screen there. But we need to import Tailwind CSS from Vite. So there we go. Let's import that. And that should be it. So let's hit save, and we are done. Okay, so cool. It removed a bunch of the stylings. Now I should be able to actually go back to my index here. So let's head over to the app TSX, and I'll just wrap these two buttons in a div. There we go. So if I want to add spacing in between them, for example, I can do space x2. And look at that, the spacing gets applied. So that works perfectly fine. Awesome. Now, how can we actually set up our tokens for our colors and whatever else we want to do? We'll head over to the style CSS. There we go, index CSS, I should say. And we can use this new theme directive. So this works now in Tailwind v4, and I can apply my colors here. So you can create your variables with color. Let's do one for background, for example. And the cool part is you can just use all the different Tailwind colors. So I can do color zinc 200, for example. I can also do color foreground. So that would be like my text. So I'll do a darker color here. So color zinc 700. There we go. Let's hit save. And maybe let's also add a primary. So color primary. I'll pick indigo here. I think that looks pretty cool. And let's do 600 on this. There we go. So this is how you can define all the different colors for your theme. Now you might also have a dark theme that you want to do. So what we can do is essentially create another layer for that. Layer theme. And I can say here dark, so if we're on dark mode, and we can essentially just copy these over and have it applied. There we go. And what we need to do here is essentially switch these up. So my foreground now will be light. So let's do 100. My background will be dark, so 900. And we can also adjust the primary to get a better effect. But we will kind of modify these as we go along once we have dark and light mode implemented. But there we go. That's how you can define it. So now I should be able to head back into my app TSX. And I should be able to apply that right here. So I can say class name. And if I do a text primary, and hit save, this might still not work. Now you might be wondering why. It's because we are not passing the class name prop from here down into this button down here. We are extracting the children, but we're not passing anything else down. So you could do it like this, where you extract the class name. However, there's other props that I also want to apply to the button, like maybe a submit or pretty much everything else that you're going to see here. If you hit Control Space, these are all the different props that are already present on the button that you want to make sure you have. You might want to do area label, right? So you can just spread all the rest out up here at the top with other props like that. Give it any name you want. I'll pick that. And then we can just apply it here. So I can say other props. Let's hit save. And now you're going to see that that button actually turned blue. Okay, cool. However, we want to actually use BaseUI to create this rather than kind of manually adding all of the different props that we might need. So in the next episode, we will finish up creating this button, make it look all nice, having that neomorphism style. But I just quickly wanted to show you how you can mess around with Tailwind and the layering system here. Also, I should note that Tailwind works in these layers. So you have layer theme, but there's other layers, for example, the base layer. So if you want to add any styles that are like generally applied to the website, you can use the base layer. Like that's the top level. And then you have an underlying layer. That's the component layer. So if you want something specific for a component, and then you have the utility layer. So it kind of takes priority like that. It goes base, it goes components, and then it goes utilities. All right, so this will have priority over this, and this will have priority over this. Okay, so if you add a specific style, this will apply before this will apply. Okay, but just to keep it simple, we're not really gonna need much other than the theme here and maybe the base layer. So you can call this layer base. And for now, let's just add the background colors that we defined up here. So I want to select the HTML on the body. There we go. And I can do normal CSS here, but if I want to apply using like Tailwind stuff, I can use this apply directive like this, apply, and then I can do BG background, so just normal Tailwind code, and text foreground. So save, and did you see that? The background became slightly darker. And we can also test this if it worked by just going up here, grabbing the background color and just darkening this up a little bit, 500. See, it works. Awesome. So just wanted to give you a quick intro to how the layering system works here in Tailwind and kind of having the base button set up. Okay, I'll see you in the next episode. Okay, we are ready to start creating our button. So let's head over to our button TSX. And let's see how we can use the BaseUI button rather than the native button that we are given here in HTML. So let's head over here to the return statement. Let's just remove this for now. I'll keep props in there, but let's just get rid of it. Let's get rid of everything in here, essentially, and start all fresh. Okay, so here's how we can do it. We define an element variable, and then we can import the use render functionality here from BaseUI. And as you can see, it says this renders a BaseUI element. So anything that you want to render, you can do it through this use render little method that they give you. So this takes in an object, and if we expand it, we have a default tag name here. And here, you're pretty much given all the elements that you might need in HTML. But for now, we need the button, right? So let's do button. There we go. It gives us the button. We can add a comma here. Now we need something else called a render. For now, let's just add it. We'll talk about it in just a sec. And then the props, right, that we're gonna need to pass. So we can add it like that because we're already passing it down like that. And if the names are the same, then you don't need to do say props to pass it down. You can just simply say props like that. If you're renaming this to something else, different name for props, then you'd have to go here and say different name for props, right? But since the name is the same, we can just keep it simply like that. And that's it. And then here at the bottom, we can simply return that element. And let's hit save. Now, this is not gonna work yet, as you can see, because this render is not defined. For now, let's just go here and basically pull out the render prop from the props like that. Let's hit save. And as you can see, we have our buttons back. So now everything still works the same way, which is great, but we're using BaseUI to render that. Now, how do we create variants? Because it would be nice if I could simply head here to the app TSX, and for this maybe cancel button here, I have a variant that I could set to, this is a destructive type button, like that. Right, there's no real good way for us to do that. So here is where I'm gonna introduce a new package that's called class variance authority. So if you wanna have a look at that, npm class variance authority. Oops, there we go, this is the one. Here is the website. It essentially gives us CSS and TS. And I'll show you what that means in just a second. So let's quickly copy over, go to installation here, and we can run npm I class variance authority. So let's install that. Let's run back the server, npm run dev, make this smaller again. Okay, so now check this out. This is what this allows us to do. I can head over here to the top. We'll wait for this little pop-up to disappear. Get out of my way. Thank you. We will define a button variance variable. We can import that CVA from class variance authority. And now here we can define any like base styles that we want. So the button might be inline flex. The reason why I'm adding inline flex is you might want to have an icon rendered inside the button. So you'd want it to go to the like horizontally rather than underneath it. So let's also center that. We can do justify center, item center. But more importantly, what this gives us is the ability to add a comma here and an object. So I do curly brackets and I can define my variance here. So I'll do variance and I'll do variant. And then I can do as many as I want. I can have a default one here, comma. I can have a primary one here. Let's do maybe two more, a destructive and maybe a warning one, like that. Okay, so you can define your own variants. Now, not only that, you can also define maybe certain sizes that you want to have on these buttons. So I can go here and say size. I can have a default. So I can do a height of 12 with a padding of X of 4. However, I can also have maybe a small icon or maybe, a small size, maybe for like icons. So I can do maybe a H12 and a width 12. So a fixed size on these things. There we go. Now, one more thing that we need to add here is if we go to the bottom, we need to also say which one of these are the default ones that it should apply. So you can do that with default variants. Okay, and that you need to add here at the bottom. So here, if you hit Control Space, it should pop up with these two properties. So default variants, and basically I'm gonna say for the variant, I'm gonna do default because that's how we named it. And then for the size, I'm also gonna do default. But again, you can pick any you want here. So I can go here, I can do the icon as my default to apply. Okay. Well, let's go back. Let's do default. Cool. Okay, so we have this set up now. Now it's really nice because we can simply go down here and apply it. Now, how would we apply it to this? Oh, sorry. Also, this should have not been here. Let me cut it. It should be in the button instead. So let's cut this out from here and paste it inside the button. There we go. Add it to the button. We'll go up here. Let's import the CVA here. Cool. Okay, so this would work if I'd go here. But I need to kind of add it to the props that's here, right? So it's quite strange. So BaseUI gives us something called a merged props. It allows you to essentially do changes to the things you want to change and then kind of merge it all together and then add it to the element down here below. So we can do const merged props, set that equal to, we can import this little utility that they give us. As you can see, it says merges multiple sets of React props. It follows the object assign pattern where the rightmost object fields override. So everything on the right will get overridden by whatever is on the left. So merged props. There we go. So essentially what I'm going to do here is we have the render prop. Let's see how we're going to do this. Yeah, let's get the render. And then we are going to name this other props like that. Okay. So here I'm going to pass in other props. However, then I'm not going to get render actually out of this. So let's just get rid of this entirely. And instead, just pass down props here. And this is going to break the render thing here, but don't worry about it for now. We'll get back to that anyway. So here, for now, let's just do props.render. Okay, that should fix it. But again, I want to talk a bit more about what this does anyway, so let's just do that. This way, at least, we're passing all the props down, because how we had it set up is the render would not get passed down because we'd extract it separately. So you want to pass down all the props in here, and then anything that you want to override, you can do it in this object here. So what do I want to do? Just the class name, right? That's what we want to override. So class name here, and I can just simply pass in the button variants that I have. Here we go. And that's pretty much it. Let's hit save. And then here we can do merged props. Let's hit save. And look at that. All those different stylings get applied straight away. As you can see, there's more padding and everything. So clearly worked. If I head over here and let's do maybe a different background, BG red of 200, just as an example. Look at that, it gets applied. Now, one more thing we need to define in this button variant is the props variant, the props size as well, right? We are passing these things in. Since we're grabbing it with props like that, I'm gonna need to say size like that, variant and size, variants. So that's gonna come from props.variant. And also size, props.size. Okay, so that should be correct. Let's have a look. I'll go here for the primary. I'll do a BG blue of 400. And for the destructive, I'll do a BG red of 400. Okay, so you need to pass these down. Variant as well, not variants, my apologies. So variant and the size. All right, so all the different variants that you have. Now finally, let's also type this out. So we actually get to see what's on props, because so far everything we typed. So if I do props dot, see, we're not really getting anything. So let's head over here to the top. I'm gonna create an interface for this. We're gonna call it button props. I'm gonna say extends, and we can use the use render here, dot component props. And we can pass in a generic here of type button. And there we go. And then to also get the variants, we can do variant props from CVA. And the type of here is gonna be the button variants. And there we go. And we're gonna do curly brackets and just add a comma there at the end. Oops, I don't think we actually need the comma. There we go. And now we can simply type this by adding button props. Now here's the beauty of CVA. Not only you can create variants, we have the types now here as well, but more importantly, we have types on our app TSX. So I can head here and I can have all my different props, but I also have my variant prop. Look at that variant. And there's no way to mistype this now because it's all here. So I can do primary on that. I can come here and I can do a variant of destructive on that. And there we go. Look at that. It applies that nice red color already. How cool. So if we head back here, everything here still works. So as you can see, these get recognized as well. And the render prop here also gets recognized. Render. Cool. Now, why did the blue not apply here? We defined BG blue, but we have a BG red here at the top. So we're essentially having the same properties here, kind of having a conflict. So this applied, but this never ended up applying. And you're going to see ShatCN as well, and a bunch of other people that create these UI libraries also use a special tool to essentially merge these conflicts. You know, you might also have a situation where you go here in your app TSX and you want to override something. So you might go here and add a class name and you say BG Amber of 500, right? And hit save, and look at that, nothing happens. So it's up to you how you want to prioritize these, but the little package that we're going to use is called Tailwind Merge. So let's install that. Let's head over to the package JSON. So let's head here. We're going to say npm I we're going to say tailwind merge. Let's hit save. Let's run this back up. And again, this is really popular that you're going to see is here, whether you're using Radix or BaseUI, is we're going to take this variance now and wrap it into that tailwind merge. So this is how that's going to look like. We're going to say TV merge. Let me actually check how that gets imported really quickly. Let's go to the top here. And we import TV merge like that from tailwind merge. So all these button variants are going to get wrapped now. TV merge. We're going to do a parentheses and another parentheses here. There we go. And just doing that should solve that issue. So now, as you can see, that conflict gets resolved and the variant takes the priority. However, even if you want to override this, we can solve that by merging it with our class name that we might pass down through props. So we can go here to the end and we can say props.className. So nothing happens. It still works how we intended it to work. However, now we can go back to the app.tsx, and let's say I end up wanting to change something here. My class name here is always going to override it. So 900. Hit save, and look at that. It works. So there we go. We learned a bunch about BaseUI, how to set up and render out a component, but also about CVA and kind of the benefits of having this tailwind merge class. So hope you enjoyed this. In the next episode, we will actually start setting up the styling for the button. So I'll see you then. Okay, let's start creating our neomorphic effect on our buttons. So we're pretty much going to remake this whole section here, our base styles and also the variants. So we'll keep this inline flex, justify, and item center, but we'll get rid of the BG red that we added here at the top. So let's remove that. And let's also make sure in our app.tsx, we don't have any other class names attached to these. Perfect. Okay, so let's head back to the top and let's add some base styles here that are really useful. One is when I hover over this, I want it to essentially show me the cursor of pointer. Right now, the cursor stays the same, which is not what we want. So cursor, pointer, that's how you add it. And now when we hover over, as you can see, we get that nice pointer. Okay, now also when we hover over this, I want the opacity to go down slightly. So I can change this to something like 90. And we might come back and adjust this depending how this looks, but look at that, when we hover, we get that nice fade. Okay, let's also start getting rid of this outline here. Now you might heard that there's two properties, outline and ring. And as far as I know, you have more customizability with the ring rather than the outline. And previously, the outline also didn't respect the border radius, but now it does. But I still believe you can do a tad bit more with ring rather than outline. So we're going to use that. You're going to see Shatsian also use that by default. So we're going to target the focus visible here. So whenever the element is visible, so when you tap, for example, you're going to get that highlight. So I'm going to say, let's do ring of foreground here. All right, let's hit save. You're not going to see anything yet because we also need to add a focus visible of ring 2. That's like the thickness of it. And you can kind of see it now, but it's kind of overlaid on top there. As you can see, we also have a border there, that white border that is kind of blocking it. So what we can do is also do focus visible of ring offset. And I'm going to set this to 2. That's it, save. And now it's nicely on the outside there. All right, so that looks much, much better. Cool. Okay, so there we go. We got that. But we want to get rid of that outline on the inside. So let's do focus visible. And we're going to say outline none. Let's do rounded. And let's try XL by default. There we go. So as you can see, the outline also kind of goes after it, which is really nice. Perfect. So we got that. Let's also add a border. I'm going to do 3 here. And the border color, we're going to set a custom one up here, but let's just do the foreground for now. There we go. So we got that border of foreground. Now let's set up some more colors so we can start having that really cool neomorphism effect. And let's just do the light colors for now, and then we can get back to doing the dark mode when we're going to implement that. So we have the primary. Let's do a destructive. So we're going to say color. Let's do red of 600. Let's do a warning as well. So that's going to be color. We're going to pick orange. And for the effect that we want to achieve, we also want basically to create 2 shadows. So let's create a shadow. I'm going to create a raised one, and then we're going to create one where it's like has the effect where it gets like pushed in. So let's create that. And let's also create a shadow inset. Now we're going to get back to these because we're going to need to write quite a bit. So for now, let's just finish these up. I'm also going to have a muted here, which is going to be a zinc of 300. Okay, so just a bit of an offset from the background color here, just a shade up. And then for the text as well, which is going to be the foreground color, I'm going to do color muted foreground. So this is going to be color, zinc, and I'll do 600 for this. Okay, so how are we going to create these shadows? The way we're going to create them is we are essentially going to overlay multiple shadows on top of each other. First of all, we are going to have a highlight and a shadow. So I'm going to create actually a variable for those 2 as well. So we're going to keep this simple. I'm just going to use an RGBA here. So 0, 0, 0, that's black. And then you can control the opacity here. So I'm going to do 15% opacity. And then we have a highlight. And for this one, we can just simply do a color of white. And there we go. So now here for the shadow raised, we can do a 2 pixel, 2 pixel, 6 pixel. So 2 pixel, 2 pixel here basically dictates the position of this. So 2 pixels to the right and 2 pixels to the bottom here, this side. And then we need to add the color. So we can just say color shadow. I'm going to add a comma here. Make sure you spell this correctly as well. I did 2 R's there again. And I basically want to do the same, but for the opposite side. And then we can do the highlight here. Okay, there we go. So that's 1. And then we can go here for the second one. And for this one, I'm going to do an inset. So it's going to be on the inside of the button. So same values. There we go. And we should be able to test these out. I'm going to set a marker here. I'll go to the button. Let's set here to the top. And for now, just here at the end, I'm going to say that the border is going to have a color of background as well. There we go. So it just looks transparent now. But what this is going to do is the effect of the shadows is going to happen on the outside, which kind of makes the border come into view. And it's going to look really cool. For now, also, let's just get rid of the background colors here. We'll come back to this. And we'll just set a default here, which is going to be of background. Okay. Let's head back here and let's apply our shadows. So shadow raised. And look at that, we get the neomorphism effect. So as you can see, we get the highlights there showing up nicely, and the shadows are bringing this out. Now again, kind of the problem that we have with this is it's quite hard in terms of accessibility and contrast. This can cause quite a bit of problems. So to fix this, we are going to add some more coloring to this. So let's go here at the top, and I'm going to add a linear gradient to this. So I'm going to say BG linear to top left. And then on each variant, I'm going to customize them differently. So for the primary, I'm going to say text primary. There we go, so it turns blue. And then I'm going to say from primary, and I'm going to lower the opacity to 5. And 2, I'm going to up the opacity up to 25. There we go. So now there's a nice clean separation of like where the button is, and having this border kind of keeps that effect as well, which is really nice. If we didn't have this, it'd be a bit harder again to tell because the blue doesn't really mix too well with the highlights and the shadows. It just ends up looking quite strange if we don't have this. So if I remove this for a second, no borders there. As you can see, that just ends up looking pretty weird. So this way we maintain accessibility and it also looks pretty cool. Okay, so we got that. And now what we can do is do it for the destructive as well. So text destructive. And we got that red. I'm gonna do the same. Primary 5 to primary 25. Sorry, destructive here. There we go. Nice. So we got 2 nice looking buttons. And let's also hook up the warning. I'll copy these styles over. You can paste it as well. So for the warning, we pretty much have the same. And then for the default, we can essentially do a combination of the background color and our highlight color like that. So from background to highlight. Again, you can kind of customize it any way you want. So if we have a look at this, go back to our app TSX, and let's just render 2 more out. So we'll have one that's default, so we don't need to define a variant. And there it is. So as you can see, the border kind of separates it a little bit for us. And at the bottom here, let's also do the one that has the warning. Now there's a few other things that we need to keep in consideration here. For example, what if the button is disabled? So you might have something like this. Let's change this to primary, for example. But I'll add a disabled prop on it. As you can see, it looks the same, which is not the behavior we want. So let's go back to the button, go to the top. I'm gonna go here, and I'm gonna say, let's see, we're gonna say disabled. So you can use this prop and say opacity. We'll lower that down to 50. So there we go, it looks disabled. And I also want to change the pointer on this. So disabled, pointer, events, none. There we go. So it doesn't look like we can click it at all. Lovely. Anything else that we might want to consider to add is maybe the font here. We can do a font medium. There we go. That just makes it look a bit clearer. Another thing that we might consider is we might want to add another prop here, another type of variant, which is going to be the shape. Because we might actually want to have a button that kind of looks like a circle, where we just render out an icon. So let's do the default. We can set the rounded to what we had. I'll just leave it empty. We can just move it actually from up here somewhere. Let's see where we had that rounded. Here we go, rounded XL. So let's actually move that. Move it here. And then I'll also have another one called circle. And this can be a rounded of full. There we go. All right, so we have another prop. Now we've got to make sure to pass that down here. Shape. That's going to come from props.shape. Cool. All right. That's looking good to me. Let me see if there's anything else that we might have potentially missed. Oh, let's try to do the... Let's see why this doesn't apply now anymore. See, when you don't have in the default variants here the shape as well, then the rounded actually doesn't apply. See how we went back to just looking like a normal button without any roundedness? So we actually have to go here to the default variants and say, hey, the shape should be this default. And now we're back to where we were. Awesome. Okay, so we are looking pretty good. Now let's try the inset as well. Basically, when this button becomes active, I want this to have the shadow inset. Let's hit save. And when I click on this, it doesn't seem to work properly. The other one disappears, which is fine, but I don't see the inside of this. So we messed something up. Let's head back to here. Okay, let's double check. So we have the comma there, that looks fine. Here we have inset. Here we go. These R's. We keep messing them up. Let's hit save. There we go. So see how you got that nice little inset going on now? Great. Okay, cool. Now, what I want to do is animate this as well. However, if you try to do this, like let's say go here and say, add a transition of all with a duration. Let's put this at 250, for example. It's not going to actually work. Let's also add an ease out. Let's hit save. See how that doesn't work at all? It doesn't work because we're essentially changing the shadows that we have. So to make it work, you essentially want to have the same kind of shadows in both properties. So for example, here we have two insets. And we forgot the inset here as well. There we go. Now we get to see the highlight. See how here we have two insets? However, here we just have two outer shadows. To make this work, what we can do is simply go here and define these two insets, even though we might not want to use the effect. So you can just put them with 0 values. So you can just say inset 0 pixel, 0 pixel, 0 pixel with a var color shadow. Inset 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 0 pixels with a var of color highlights. And that's it. So just define it. And then we missed the little comma here. And then same for the other one. Okay, why is this not working? One, inset, comma shouldn't be there. The comma should be here. Okay. All right, so there, you can pause the video a little bit because this is quite a bit here. Make sure you use commas in between the shadows. And at the end, you want the semicolon. So we added these here initially. And then here, we also want to define these ones, the other ones, right? So let's go here. We can just do 0 pixel, 0 pixel, 0 pixel, color shadow, 0 pixels, 0 pixels, 0 pixels, var color highlight, comma. That's it, save. And look at that, you get that cool effect. However, for the inset one here, I still kind of want to keep a little bit of that shadow raised and the shadow highlight here. Because again, see how we're again having problems with accessibility and it's quite hard to see? That's why we want to make sure to keep a little bit of that value here. So we're just going to do a really reduced version of it. So here on the shadow inset, let's do 1 pixel here. 1, 1, 1, 1, and 1. Let's try 2 pixels here instead for the blur. And we actually need to do minus on these. Okay, let's see if that 2 pixels looks a bit better. And it does. Look, we still have good enough contrast there. And it just squeezes it a tad bit more down. Now, if you find that the animations are still not working, that's because the ordering here matters quite a bit. On the shadow raised, we have the insets defined at the top, whereas on the shadow inset, we have the other values defined at the top, not the insets. So we just need to reorder these. So for the shadow raised, we can just grab both of these insets and move it below our big shadows and highlights here. So grab this top portion with the 2 insets, cut it, go here to the end, add a comma rather than the semicolon, and let's paste it here. And then close it with a semicolon. All right, so we're just made sure that the orders are correct for these and these. Now we should be able to click and look at that. You get a nice animation with the highlights and everything. And that just feels really satisfying to click in. Amazing. Now, one last little thing that we can do is change up the size a little bit for the button. So here we can say when the button is active, we can just scale it down to something like 97%. And there we go. We got a nice effect where it looks like it's getting a bit pushed in. Awesome job. Now again, you can kind of customize this if you want to increase the shadow or the intensity of it, but I'm quite happy with how that looks. All right, so there is our button done. Now it'd be nice to kind of see how this looks on dark mode as well, which is kind of the preferred way I like these to look. So in the next episode, we'll get that implemented. I'll see you there. To create our dark mode, I'm actually going to use Chat-Cien's guide here because it's really simple and straightforward, and we can get it up and running really quickly. So if you go on UI.chatcien.com, we'll head over to the menu, and we'll scroll down all the way to dark mode here. And now we are using Vite, but this works for Next.js, Astro, Remix as well. Let's go to Vite, and as you can see, it gives us this theme provider that we can use. So let's simply copy this over. We'll make some more space. And I'll define it in a new folder called Providers. And let's call this Theme Provider. Okay, let's paste that in there. So let's just quickly look through it. So it's going to use React's context to essentially switch between dark and light mode. It just has 2 states, so the theme name and the set theme. And that's pretty much it. It also saves it to local storage, so it'll know how to get it and also how to set it. And it basically checks the preferred color scheme on the HTML to see if it's on dark or light mode. And that's it. Well, let's go down here and see the next step is to essentially wrap all your children in this theme provider. So to do that in Vite, we can go over to the main tag here. As you can see, that's where our app is. We can say theme provider. Take the app, paste it in there. Let's go here, and now we can pass in the default theme as well. Let's do dark by default. I like how that looks. And the storage key as well, which is Vite UI theme. Okay, I think they use this to essentially save it in local storage as like the key name. Okay, so if we head back here, look at that. It turned into dark mode. However, that looks pretty darn horrendous. So the reason is we just need to essentially fix up the colors. We haven't really done that. So let's go to index CSS. Let's head here to the dark mode. So color background, that's fine. This is fine. We'll need to define different highlights and shadows. So for the shadow now, we'll do a bigger value. We'll do 0.6. There we go, even 0.7, just so it pops out a bit more. For the highlight, let's do an RGBA of 0.15. So it's not so intense. And here we need to do 255, because 000 is black. There we go. So now it pops out really nicely. All right, good. So that's looking much better. We just need to adjust some of the colors as well. So I'm happy with how this looks like. However, the other ones don't look too good. So let's do color destructive. So we'll just do 400 across the board. For the warning as well. Orange of 400. Let me make sure I do one R here. There we go. So it's much more contrast now. It's really easy to see. I might actually increase this highlight a little bit here, but it looks pretty good for now. We'll see how it kind of comes together. Let's do the color muted as well. So we'll do a zinc of 700 on this. And a muted foreground. We'll do a zinc of 400. Okay, nice. Finally, let's also implement a little nav bar here to give us the functionality to toggle these two. I'll open the side panel, create a new component here. I'll call it nav TSX. We'll do export default function nav. I'll return a nav that's going to contain basically the title. Just do H1, Neomorphism UI, and also the toggle icon. We can actually get that from here. So let's just render out a button. We can say button. We can just use our own now. I'll just say light here for now. And we can actually, it's up to you how you want to do it. I guess we could use the little icons from Lucid React. That's going to look a bit nicer. There we go. Let's import those actually. So here, rather than doing the text, instead we will render out these two. Okay, and the styles these have is basically a size, right? So 1.2, 1.2 on the width, and then they're gonna get rotated around. Okay, perfect. And here on the nav, let's also add a class name. We'll do a py of 4 and a px of 12 for now. We'll come back to this and see how it looks. Let's go to the app TSX and render this out. Let's import the nav. Hit save, and there it is. Look at that. We got our nice little button and our Neomorphism UI text. So now we can kind of style this up a little bit. We can add a class name to the H1, make the font medium, maybe even bold. We'll add a flex to this with a justify of between. There we go. And we also want to add an items of center, because look at that, they're not really in the same line. There we go. That looks pretty good. Maybe we can increase the PY here to something like 8. All right, that looks cool. And yeah, pretty happy with that. We can also test out this now here to see if we can get the circle actually on this. So let's do variant, not variant. I think we named it shape. Let's do circle. Look at that, we got a nice circle. Something is still looking a tad bit off here. Looks like it's not really a circle, it's more like a, a pancake. And the reason is it looks like it's this padding X that gets added there. So we need to also add the size of icon that we created, because that doesn't have any padding on it. So size of icon. And look at that, now we have a perfect circle. That looks awesome. Okay, cool. To actually get this to toggle, let's head up here to the top. We can import this, let me show you here, from ShadCN. We can import the set theme. Let's go here, import that. Import the use theme. And essentially when we click on the button, we want to toggle between the two. So as you can see, we can, they're using it here with the drop-down menu, but the way we're going to do it is we're going to put it on each icon instead. So on the sun icon, I want to do onClick, run a function. I'm going to set the theme over to dark. And then on the moon, we want to set it to light. So onClick, set theme over to light. You can also do it on the button here. For example, you can just simply import the theme and check that. But this will work just fine. Okay, so let's give that a go. Let's click on that. And look at that. Actually, it's probably better to do it on the button because I have to specifically click on the inside of that for it to activate, which can be quite tough to do. So let's actually do that. Get rid of it from here. Go on the button, do an onClick, run a function. Let's import the theme and say if theme triple equals to light, then set the theme over to dark. Otherwise, set theme over to light. Okay, let's give that a crack. Click. And there we go, look at that. We get that nice style change. However, the icon doesn't change. So for that, we can just say theme, question mark. Then we can just render this out. So we can do a ternary operator. So if this equals to light, then we want to do this icon. Otherwise, we can do this icon. Okay, look at that. I can click now and they both, that goes white actually, so you can't actually even see it. Now, as you can see, the white mode still doesn't work here, so we don't see the icon. And the problem is that it doesn't recognize where the dark and the light actually is. So this directive never gets recognized here. So in Tailwind, to actually enable that and to toggle it manually, we need to add this custom variant here that basically says, hey, look for everywhere where we have this dark and just grab everything and apply that color scheme to it. So what we can do is just head over to our .css, go to the top here, paste that in, and now it should work all nicely. Have a look at that. And toggle between them. We can also add the warning color to it if you want. So let's go here and I'll add a warning instead of black. Hit save, and there we go. We have it all nicely styled up. There we go. Awesome. That's our nav and our dark mode fully enabled. I'll keep it on dark mode because I much prefer it, and we're going to move forward with all of this. Before we get into creating different components, let's just kind of finalize the style for this neomorphism effect. For one, I still want to give a bit more contrast here to separate the buttons from the background. So to do that, what I'm going to do is in the CSS file here, I want to essentially adjust, in the button file here, I want to adjust the border. So it's just a bit darker than what we have here. So for now, if we have a look for the border, we accidentally also added two borders here. This border foreground doesn't really do anything because we have border background added afterwards. So if you remove this border foreground, nothing is going to change. So if we hit save, as you can see, everything still looks the same. But I essentially want to control this with a different variable. So let's name the variable border. So we can do border here. That's it, save. For now, it's just going to turn like that, normal. Let's head over to our CSS and define that. So let's start with the dark one. We can head here to the bottom. And I'm going to say color, border. I'm going to do a variable, and I'm just going to go one shade darker than the background here. So color, zinc, 950. That's as dark as you can go on dark mode. So if we hit save, color border, okay, for some reason this didn't take effect, but let's add the other one up here too. We'll do -- color, border. I'm going to say variable, and I'll do one shade lighter here. So not 200, but 100. So color, zinc, 100. And let's hit save. And there we go. Look at that. We have a darker one. And here we have a lighter one. So it just kind of separates it a tad bit more than what we had before. Another cool little thing that you can do is also add a little inside highlight here to the buttons. So I'm going to define a new variable for that. I'll call it edge. Color edge. I'm going to do an RGBA of 255, 255, 255 for white, and 0.1 here for the value. Let's hit save. And the reason why I'm not using this highlight again is because this has opacity. So it'll actually bring kind of the colors through. So I'll just go here to the shadow raised, and I'll add a new property to the end. An inset of 1 pixels, 1 pixels, 2 pixels, variable of color edge. Hit save, and look at that. It's very subtle, but it adds a little inset shadow on the inside, which makes it look pretty cool. It's probably a bit more prevalent here on the circular button, but just adds a tad bit more to the effect. I really, really like it. One more small thing, we can adjust maybe the highlighting here a little bit to kind of separate it even more. So for the highlight, maybe we can bring this value up to 0.2. There we go, just to make it a little bit more intense, so it's easier to see where that border starts. I think that looks a tad bit better. Same for the shadow here. We can lower that to 0.75. Okay, cool. I like that much better now. For the light mode, let's head up here. Let's double check everything is fine. So here for the highlight, we just used white, so that's as bright as we can go there. And then for the shadow, maybe we can lower this to 0.2 as well. There we go. So that just adds a tad bit more separation now for us. Great. Finally, let's also adjust this button here because I think we used like the background color for it, but we should just use our muted color and kind of match the aesthetic that we had here. So as you can see, it kind of looks off from the rest of the buttons. So instead of doing that, we can do a from muted of 5, just like we had here, to a muted of 25, sorry. And there we go. Now it looks a bit more in line with everything else that we have. All right, there we go. So this is the style we're going to keep and move forward with, and we are going to apply it to everything else that we have. Awesome. I'll catch you in the next episode. All right, in this episode, we will start creating our card component. This is a key component that you're going to see used everywhere to kind of group stuff together. As you can see on the course platform here, we use it essentially to group different sections. So this is the basically choose your path to learn, and we have all the different things that you can do. So courses, right? CSS challenges, also blog posts. So it's a good way to kind of categorize everything together. Here as well, we have 2 sections that are grouped with a card. For the FAQ section as well, we have 4 different cards. So it's a really important component they are going to be using on every website pretty much. Let's hook this up. So let's open the side panel. We'll head over to the component section, and we are going to create a new card TSX component. Cool. Let's go in here. We'll export it. So export default function. Let's call this a card. Actually, let's not export it as a default because we're going to create a couple of different components here. A card header, a card title, description, footer. There's a couple of different parts that we can kind of compose together. So let's just export function card. Okay. We'll have our props here, which we will name in a second. There we go. And if you remember how we did it on the button, we have an element. We'll use the use render from BaseUI. The default tag name here is just going to be a simple div. We'll have our render as well, which we will need to name. And then we have our props, which we will need that merged props, which we also don't have. Okay, so let's type this props quickly here. We'll say card props. We'll extend this. Again, we have this available from use render here from BaseUI. It's going to be a component props. That's a type of div. And a comma here. And we also need the variant props. Now, we haven't defined the variant yet, but that's fine. We will. Let's do it now. Let's call this const card variants, I should say plural. We'll use our CVA here, class variance authority. And for now, we'll keep it simple. I'll just add a rounded of 2XL and define our variants. So I'll have 2 different variants here for the cards. We have a default one that's just going to have a shadow of raised. And I also want a inset version of this, which will have the shadow of inset. That's it. We'll keep it super simple. Make sure you also define the default variants here, so we know which one will apply. In our case, we want the default. You could also name this raised if you want, if you don't want to have default here as well. So raised, like that. And then you can put raised as the default. Let's do it like that. And now here for the variant props, we can simply pass it down. So it's a type of card variants. There we go. You don't need the parentheses here, but you need the curly brackets at the end. There we go. It's defined, so we can pass it in as a type here. It's a type of card props. And now that we have that defined, we can head here to the render, and we can say this is props.render. And for the merged props, let's create that. Set that equal to. We'll import the merge props. We can pass all the props here, and the one that we want to merge, we can do it in curly brackets like this, right? So all we want to modify here is the class name, right? Because we have the different variants or maybe different class names that we want to pass through. So that's going to be of type card variants. And here we need the variant, which is props.variant. And that should be good. Okay, so we are passing the merge props down as well. And then finally here, we just need to return the element tag. Cool, let's hit save and we can already test this out. Let's head over to the app TSX and render out one of those cards. I'll import the card component, and for now, I'll just render out a H1. Hello. And let's also do a quick paragraph. Hit save, and there it is. All right, we can see it there. Now, there's still a couple of adjustments that we need. For now, I'll simply wrap this in a div, just so it's not so tight around the borders there. Let's paste it in here. I'll just add a little margin. Class name mx of 4. And let's just do an m of 4, 6. There we go, just to bring it down a bit so we can see it a bit better. Okay, so as you can see, we have that problem now with the contrast and like this being separated. So again, that's why we kind of need this border. Otherwise, you have this accessibility issue. So let's head over to the card, go to the top here, and let's define some styles. So we'll do a border of 3 and a border of border. And there we go. Now we have the nice clean separation. Cool. All right, so that's one here. And kind of the benefit of having this one set up now is that we can kind of duplicate this a couple of times for the rest of them, so we don't have to manually type everything out here. So basically everything from the export function card here, we'll grab the interface as well, and the variants here. Copy everything over, and we'll paste it down here below. So paste that down there, and let's rename this. We'll call it card header. So all we need to do is update some of these stuff. So card header variants. Here we'll do card header props, card header variants. We'll change the export function to card header. Make sure you pass down here the props as well, card header props. Card header variants. And I believe that should be it. So there we go. We created a whole new one. Now this is going to have a couple of different properties here. So let's go up here, change this. We'll do a flex of call, space y of 1.5, and a padding of 6. And actually, we're not even going to need any of this stuff here for the variants. We'll keep it nice and simple. So let's just get rid of everything and keep it a one line. Now here for the card variants, we can just keep this empty, and that should be fine. There we go. So that's the card header done as well. Let's just copy this because it's much shorter now since we're not defining any variants inside here. Let's cut that, and we'll need 3 more. We'll do a card title. So let's change this to card title. This will be card title variants. There we go. This will be card title props, card title variants, card title props. Okay, let's see. And then here, we also need to change the name of this. We'll just do card title for the function. And let's see, what else? Did we miss something? Card title variants, card title props. We don't need the parentheses here. I think that might be causing the error. There we go. Yeah, that's fine. Awesome. So that's another one. So really quick to make these for the actual card title. What kind of styles do we want on here? I want the title to be semi-bold. So we can do a font of semi-bold. I want to do a leading of none and also a tracking of tight. Okay, let's copy this again. 2 more we need. Let's paste it at the bottom. We'll need a card description. Card title description here. Now what do we need here? I want the text to be quite small for the description, and the text to be a muted foreground, just to give a bit more separation. Okay, we'll do card description props. Card description variants here. Oops. This should be card description variant. Okay, card description variant. Okay, and then for the actual function name, it's card description. Let's pass the props down. And then the variant here again. Okay, if we got everything right, that should be working. Again, remove the parentheses here. Lovely. And last but not least, I guess we need a content as well, a card content and a card footer as well. So we have a bit more control how the styling there looks and the padding there looks. So let's do 2 more. Let's paste that there. We'll then rename this to card content. Card content variants. And for the styling here, I want to add a padding of 6 and a padding top of 0. You'll see how all of these come together in just a sec. Okay, this can be changed to card content props. Card content here. Change it to the props, and then the variants here. There, and then there. Okay, cool. And last but not least, let's do one for the footer. So we'll cut that, go to the bottom, card footer variants. We'll keep the P of 6 with a PT of 0. And let's change this as well. And the advantage of doing this anyway is that you have all these components quite separate, so you can like adjust the styling and you're not relying on only one. So you just have a bit more control over it. Pass down the footer variant there. Card footer. Footer props. And card footer variants. Lovely. That should be it. That should be all ready to go now. So let's apply that now. Let's go to app TSX. So rather than doing a H1 like that and a P like that, this would be your header. So you can do a card header, and in the card header you do a card title. This is my title. And there we go. As you can see, the spacing is all nice. You can do a card description here. This is the price of my product. And there we go. Now we can go down here. We can have a card content. Maybe you have a UL list here with some LIs. This is one benefit. This is another, and this is another. There we go. So you have 3 of those. As you can see, we still have the nice spacing. And then after the card content, you might have the card footer. So you might actually have maybe a button here that says purchase now. There we go. And again, you can kind of make this any length you want, just so it doesn't look too staticky. Okay, cool, there we go. And then let's also add maybe a primary to this. And there we go, that's the layout of our button. And there we go, we have all the spacing nicely equaled out. And you have the description here that's a bit more muted in color. You have the font semi-bold there. And again, if you want to make any adjustments to how your footer you want to look, you can just simply do it on that specific component. So you have a bit more control now. You have the whole kind of structure all set up for you, and you can even potentially add different variants if you need to. But I generally found for like cards, I generally tend to not do any variants. Just keep it quite simple. Okay, so there we go. That's a big one that we had to do, and we are ready to move on to creating our switch component. Let's go. Okay, in this episode, we will create our switch component. So I created a switch TSX file. It's empty. And I also removed the button here, and I'm gonna render it out here in the card footer instead of the button. So let's head over to our switch and create it. I'm gonna say export default function. I'm gonna call it Neo switch like this rather than just switch. And the reason I'm doing this is we're not gonna use the element here to return it like that, how we use it on the button and on the card, and use the use render, you know, where we pass down the default tag and stuff like that. Here, BaseUI already gives us the component, so we can just simply do a switch. As you can see, we can import it from BaseUI, and this is going to be the root, which is going to have a hidden element basically on the inside. And we can use the tum here. So switch.tum, that's the actual thing that you grab, the little circle there. And we actually don't need to we can do a self-closing tag here like that. There we go. So that's how we're going to use this. Let's return it, make sure we actually send this back. Let's hit save. Okay, so that's kind of the structure that we're going to use. Let's type this as well. We're going to say interface switch props. It's going to extend use render dot component props, and this is again given to us, so we can just say switch. And then we also need the variant. So I'm going to say const switch variants. I'm going to say CVA here. Let's import that. For now, let's just add a cursor pointer. That's perfect. Let's add that here to the end. Card, sorry, what's it called? Variant props. And the type of is gonna be switch variants. There we go. Perfect. So we can actually pass the props down here. And we can say switch props. Okay, cool. So that's all typed for us. I think that's pretty much it. We don't really need to do anything crazy here. Other than, yeah, just pass the props down. So we'll just say props like that. I guess we could do the merge props. Merged props. So we'll import merge props just in case we want to pass something else down. We'll pass props there, and then we can override the class name here. So let's do that. We'll say class name switch variants like that. And then if you want to have like different stuff in here, then you can also pass it here, right? If you want to do a size property or whatever. But we won't need to, so we'll just do that. Okay, so now we can just pass that down instead. There we go. And that should be all fine and dandy. Now we can have one for the tum as well if we want to customize that. Tum props. There we go. And the class name here is going to be tum variants. Okay, so let's pass that down as well. There we go, lovely. We don't have that defined, so let's also define that. And that should be working now. But it's not. Let's see why not. The reason it doesn't work is because we called merge props here, not merge props. So that's it, save, and okay, perfect. We are ready to party. Okay, it's all set up now, so let's actually add the different styles that we want. So for now, for the switch variant here, let's do a height of 5.5 and a width of 12. Let's hit save. Let's do a rounded of full. Let's also do a focus visible. Let's handle all that stuff out here where we remove the outline. So outline of none. We'll do a focus visible of ring offset of 2. Focus visible of ring. Or I think we can do foreground. I don't think we named the variable here. There we go. And a focus visible of ring, and we'll do the size to 2. Okay. Now we still don't see anything. Sorry if you hear the dog barking in the background. We'll do a BG of background. Okay. Again, we still can't see it. If I do a red of 200, you can see it now. But we'll keep it on background. We'll do a shadow of raised. There it is. Again, quite hard to see. Maybe we'll actually do the inset to make it look like it's carved in. There we go. That looks cool. So there we go. And we have the cursor pointer as well. Lovely. And let's also do, if the data, this is how you can control it. If it's checked, then you can apply a different style to it. So I can do BG primary, for example. Let's hit save. So as you can see, when it's checked, it turns blue. Awesome. Okay, so we have control over that as well. Let's actually see the thumb because it's hard to see right now. There's nothing in here. So let's do a height of 5, a width of 5. We'll do a BG of background. Again, we're not going to see it yet because we actually need to use kind of our effect here to make it visible. So we can do a shadow of inset. Now, basically what I want to do here is translate it to X0 here. And when it's checked, I want to translate it over to X6.5. So these are the values I picked that look really good with the specific height and width it has. You have to kind of calculate, okay, well, how much it should move to the left and to the right. And that's why I picked the 6.5 here and the height and width of 5. Let me change this back to background here. Okay, what else do we need? Let's see. I want to add a position relative to this. And now to actually see it, we'll need to add a block to this. There we go. When we add it, look at that. There it is. And as you can see, when I click it, it actually toggles all the way over to this side. Again, that's controlled by this translate X with data checked. Now, it would be nice to actually animate it as well. So we can do an ease out, a transition of all, and also a duration of 350. Let's hit save. Now, when we toggle it, as you can see, it moves nicely over to the right and left side. Okay, that still looks a bit funky like that when it's actually checked. It looks cool when it's not checked, but when it's checked, it shouldn't have that like background color come true. So what we're gonna do is BG And this is the problem here. We'll do BG background. There we go. Now it's behaving fine. Let's also add a little border to this. We'll do border 1 and a border of highlight to make it a little bit more visible. See, especially when it's closed like that, you want to kind of see it a bit better. Okay. And now another trick I want to do is kind of have a little dot here in the middle that kind of lights up when we turn this on. So this is optional. You don't need to do this, but I do like the effect. We can do after. So that's the after pseudo element. I'm going to add a width of 1.5 on the after, a height of 1.5. Grab the after again, and I'll position it absolute. And I'll move it in the middle. So I can do top, 1/2, and then left, 1/2. And then we can also minus translate this by 1/2, just so it sits perfectly in the middle. And then I'll add a BG of muted to this. And there it is. It's right in the center, if you can see it there. I'll round it full. There we go. It's just a little dot there in the middle. Just kind of brings it out a tad bit, I feel like. We can even do foreground on this to make it a bit more visible. So find the after BG muted here, and we can do foreground. There we go. That just makes it way more visible. I guess we can make it a tad bit smaller. Let's do width of 1, height of 1. There we go. Just a little dot there. And then when it's turned on, it would be pretty cool to have it turn blue as well. So after, we can do BG primary. There we go. Now I actually want that only when it's checked. So how can you combine that together? Well, we can just simply go here at the beginning and say data checked. Then I want the after property to have BG primary. And there we go. Look at that. We have our cool little neomorphic switch button. And that's pretty much it. I don't think we need to add anything else here. I guess here on the switch, again, we can still add that border to kind of make this a tad bit more visible. So let's head here to the top. We'll do a border of 1 with a border of highlight. And there we go. It just kind of, again, separates it a little bit more from the background. And then when it's checked as well, I guess that looks a tad bit funny like that. I feel like when the button is checked, that border looks a bit funny looking. So what I'm going to do is say data checked. I'm going to say border none. There we go. Let's hit save and see how that looks. There we go. So when it activates, that blue already gives us enough contrast to kind of separate that. Cool. Lovely. That's our button done. I guess we could also modify this to do like border primary on this if you want. There we go. That looks pretty good too. That actually probably gives it a bit more contrast between the inset shadow in there. So let's keep that actually. There we go. We have our switch component all finished up. How cool does that look? All right. I'll see you in the next episode. Alrighty, next up, let's create our checkbox component. And this is going to be quite similar to our switch. So let's head over to our components and create our checkbox. There we go. And as you can tell, like after you create a couple of these, it's quite easy to make the rest because they kind of follow the same format. So we'll do export default function. I'm going to call it the same new checkbox because this is, again, really similar where we import the checkbox from BaseUI. There we go. And this is going to be root. And then we also have our indicator, kind of like the thumb. So checkbox, let's self-close this, and we'll do the indicator there. Cool. Now let's also return this. Cut that, paste it in there. All right, that looks good. Let's also give it the types so we can pass it down here in props. So we'll create an interface. It's going to be called Checkbox props. It's going to extend the use render component props. And here I believe we have, looks like we don't have checkbox. So what we can do instead is we can just pass the type of this root as the type in here. So check this out. Instead of doing the use render, we can also extend it with React. So React component props. And this would work with other components as well. So we can do type of checkbox root there. That's another way we can type everything out. And that's pretty much it. Let's hit save. At the end here, we also, let's open this up. Let's get the class name in here actually as well. There we go, cool. So let's pass this down. Checkbox props, lovely. And then let's create our variant here up at the top. Set that equal to CVA. And this is gonna have a height of 5, width of 5. I'll do shrink 0 here so it doesn't go smaller, it doesn't change its size. Let's do a rounded of small. Do a border of 1 with a border of highlight, kind of how we had it on the switch. We're pretty much duplicating a bunch of these. BG of background. We'll do a shadow of inset. And then all the ring stuff that we need to do. So we'll do focus, visible, outline none. We'll do the ring of 2, ring of foreground, ring offset of 2 as well. Cool. Okay. Now that we have that, we'll need to pass it down in here. Let's do the merge props. We can pass props down and override the class name. There we go. I don't think we actually need to pass class name down here. Just pass it down like that through the props. And then we can go here to the root. And we can just simply spread the merged props. Let's do the same for the indicator. Call this merged indicator. We'll pass all the props down and override the class name. Let's define this up here. I'll call it check icon or check indicator. We'll do CVA. And let's just do a flex with an items of center. Justify of center. This is so we align that tick icon in the middle of the box. And height of 5, width of 5. That should be good to go. Looks like we have a little error that says here on the indicator, we're going to close that up. There we go. Oh, it says expression expected this because we never passed it down. So let's do checked indicator variance. Okay, lovely. So this should be working now. Let's have a look back at the app and see why it's not. So I am rendering out a new checkbox, but it's doing the switch component. There we go. That bugged out there a little bit. Look at that. It's appearing. However, it doesn't have like an active state or anything yet. So what we'll do is we'll do the data checked thing again. Like this. And we can do a BG linear of 2 left. We can do a BG linear of top left. There we go. And then we'll do one more. Basically check from primary, and we'll do kind of the same thing we did on the buttons, where we do it from 5 to 25. 2, primary 25. When we click it, should activate. Looks like it's not. See what's wrong with that. Let's also do a data checked. We'll do shadow raised. Let's see if it's activating now. Okay, so that works. The color doesn't work. We'll figure that out. But look at that. It gets kind of pushed up and then pushed back down. Before we complete everything here, let's kind of get that little icon rendered out in here. Now you could simply create a function here, or we can use it from Lucid React. I think what I'm going to do is just open this up. Instead of having it self-closed, go down at the bottom, close up like that. And then in here, you can render anything out. So we can import a check icon from Lucid React, for example. See? There we go. That's quite big in size, so we can modify that. Width to height of 2. That looks a bit too small. Let's increase it. There we go. 3 looks pretty good in size. Okay, and then what else I want to do is have that little icon be a different color. So I want it to be at the primary. So we can do text primary. And there we go. Now that we added the height and width here, we actually don't need to define it up here. We can get rid of this. There we go. So now it's nicely centered. It still jumps around, but we'll fix that. Don't worry about it. Let's see why this color thing doesn't work. Let's just double check everything. So data checked. Here we go. The BG linear. I think we forgot to add the 2 property here. 2 top left. Let's try that. There we go. Now it works. Gorgeous. So now we have that little fade in there. Nice. I also want to add a little animation here. So I'm going to say duration 250. Let's do 350. I think we did for the other ones. Ease out, transition, all. There we go. So now nicely fades in and fades out. I think the problem we're experiencing here is this indicator only gets turned on when the checkbox is active. So what we can do is maybe try to put this with position absolute and see if that solves it. So let's see if we do absolute here with top 0 and left 0, if we still get that shift. So no shift, but the icon appears there at the top. So we need to put it relative to this. There we go. So now that is in there. No more shifting. Lovely. And then we just need to put it in the middle. So what we can do is do half here, and then translate it. So we can do minus translate by a half. And there we go. It's centered. And that's it. Anything else that we can do to kind of adjust this, make it a bit more interesting? I guess if the data is checked, we can kind of match it how we did it on the input here, where the border turns the same color. So border primary. There we go. That looks pretty cool. We can even adjust the opacity of this if we want to something like 50, so it's not as intense. We can also do a cursor of pointer on this. And there we go. That's our checkbox all hooked up. I guess another one is the disabled property. we could just lower the opacity down to something like 50 on that. There we go. So if we go here and put this checkbox, say disabled, there we go. It looks all grayed out. Awesome. Let's move on to the next component. Hi, welcome back. In this episode, we are going to create another key component that you're going to be using on your websites, and that's the slider. That's good for like a music player, for example, or adjusting volume. There's a lot of different applications for it. So let's open up the side panel, go to the top, and we are going to call the slider TSX. Okay, cool. So let's minimize this a little bit. We can even remove these two here from the card footer, and we're going to render it out in here. Okay, let's go back to the slider. We're going to say export default function new slider. Pass down the props, open this up, and again, we have a special component straight from BaseUI, which is the slider. We can add root here. Now inside here, we have a slider control, and that's the clickable interactive part of the slider. In here, we are going to have the track, and that contains the indicator and represents the entire range of the slider. Open this up, and in here, we are going to have the indicator. You can do a self-closing tag on this. Let's also return all of this. Open this up. Cut that out, paste that in here. Lovely. Anything else that you might want to add in here is the thumb. So after the track, right here, we'll do a slider thumb. That's kind of like the circle that you have in the switch. Okay, cool. Let's try to render this out. Go back to the app. New slider. Okay. Let's jump back here. Again, we don't see anything yet. That's fine. Let's type the props for this as well. I'll call it slider props. It extends. Again, we can use React component props here. I can just pass in the type of the slider root. Okay, that's type now. And finally, the variant props as well, which is going to have a type of range variance. Well, let's call it slider variance. Lovely. Add the curly brackets at the end. We are good to go. I'll add the types here. Okay, let's define our CVA. So let's call this slider variance. It's going to be a CVA with a full. Now I'll do a height of 4 for this. Let's do it for the track as well. CVA. This is going to have a relative position, a width of full, a rounded of full, and a shadow of inset. Also add the same height here. Let's do one for the range. This is going to have a position absolute with a height of full, rounded of full. I'll pass in 2 variants here. This is just going to be like different kinds of colors for them. I'll have a default, which is going to have a BG linear to left. I'll set from primary to primary 75. That's one. I'll do one more, maybe a secondary color for this. BG linear to left. I'll do from muted to muted 75. All right, there we go. We have two different kinds. I'll need to set the default as well. So let's just do default. And finally, one more. It's going to be the thumb. I'll do a CVA. And we'll do a rounded of full. Border of 1 with highlight. We'll do a BG background. Let's keep it like this for now. We'll come back to it. Now that we have all the CVAs defined, let's head here and add them. We'll create our merge. Call it root merge. Merge props, pass all the props. And here I just want to do the class name. And we call this root. What do we call it? Let's have a look. Slider variance. There we go. We'll pass it down here. And then for these, we can just individually add them. So control is not going to have anything. The track is going to have one. Class name. We can call track variance in here. The indicator. I think we call this range variance. Let's pass that down. And finally, let's do the thumb as well. Class name, and we can call this thumb variance. That's it, save, and look at that, it pops up. There it is. Yay, it's working lovely. Now, if you zoom in, you might see a little dot there here at the top that kind of looks weird. That's coming from the control. So we can override that just by adding a class name here. If we position it relative. And as you can see, it doesn't display anymore. Perfect. Lovely. So there is our little slider. Now we can add some more stuff to this. Let's head up here to the top. First of all, I want to do the thumb variant so it shows up nicely here. What we want to do is add a height of 5 and a width of 5. There we go. We can see it now. Lovely. We can do a cursor pointer. Let's also add a little bit of animation to this. So we can do a shadow inset on it. And when it's active, we can do a shadow raised. Then we can do a duration, 350, transition this, and an ease out. So it's saved. So now it's indented. And when I grab it, it kind of pops right out. See? But as you can see, kind of gets delayed, which makes it look quite, yeah, not so nice, right? So what I can do is rather than saying transition all, I can transition only the shadow property. And now everything still behaves normally. Lovely. That's pretty much it. Let's have a look to see if the other one works as well, meaning the other color. We can go back to app.tsx. I should be able to add a variant here. And it looks like it's not popping up when I type variant. The reason why it doesn't work is because we passed it on the range variance here. And for the type of variant props here, I passed in this as the type of. So let's just pass the range variance instead. Range variance. Let's hit save. And now we should be able to go back here and add a variant. And there it is. Of secondary, for example. And let's hit save. So refresh. Still see the blue color for some reason. We shouldn't see that. And we still don't see it. That's because the variant that we passed down in props is not getting applied. So here, remember, we still need to say variant here and props variant. Hit save. And look at that. Now it applies. And there we go. We have our muted color nicely showing up. That might be still a bit too little and not too visible. So we can instead opt for the foreground version of this. Let's hit save, and there we go. That's much clearer and much easier to see. There we go. That's our slider all done. Congratulations. We have a couple more components, and you can see, like, as soon as we have like 2 or 3 more, you can build out a bunch of stuff. So hope you're excited, and I'll catch you in the next one. Alrighty, let's create our progress bar as well. It's gonna be kind of like the slider. And BaseUI only provides you with a horizontal one, but I'm actually going to show you how we can create a vertical one as well. So in the app TSX here, I set up a new card here, and let's render this new component out. So I called it new progress. And let's render 3 of these out. 1, 2, and 3. So I just have a simple function set up here. Let's delete the div here. And instead of the div, we will have the progress that comes from BaseUI. So let's import that, open this up, and this is gonna again be kind of the same as the other ones where we have a root. Inside the root, you have the indicator, which is gonna be the completion status that we can fill up. And finally, we have the we actually need the track here to wrap this up. So progress track. There we go. This is the whole interactive portion of it. And then the indicator on the inside. There we go. Perfect. So we have that set up. This can be self-closing as well. So let's delete that. There we go. Self-close that. Cool. Let's also type this out. So I'm going to say interface. We'll call it progress props extends. Let's see if use render has this. Component props progress. They do. Look at that. Cool. So we can just get that. We can define our variant here. Progress variants. Call CVA and paste it in here. I don't want to waste your time too much, so I'll just get this progress variant styled, copied over. Because there's a lot of like the focus rings that we need to keep setting up every time. So I highly recommend you to just pause this for a second and paste it in. So nothing too crazy here. BG background, shadow inset. We don't need this padding either here. The focus as well with the outline of none, visible, and the offset. Okay, that's it. Simple as that. Here we go. So we got the variant props, and here we can pass in type of progress variants. Cool. That's it. Save. Let's go pass it down here. And progress props. Let's also pass the props down here. So let's do the merge, root merge. Can do merge props. And take the class name and pass progress variants down here. Okay, cool. Let's go down here, spread it, and done. Looks like there's a type error there is like a type problem here. This might be on BaseUI, I'm not sure, but the solution I found here is to just extract the value prop. See, it's saying property value is missing in type, but you have it. So it's quite strange because if you do props value, see it's right there. So you can just extract it like this and do other props, set that equal to the root merge. So if you do other props and then explicitly set this down like this, it works. So you're not getting that. They both work. It still works fine. You're just not going to get that type error. I'm going to go on the track as well here, add a class name and add a height of full and a width of full to this. On the indicator, we will leave this for now. And let's just go up here and define some variants as well. So I'll basically need 2. So in the CVA here, add comma, open an object up, say variants, and I want the orientation. So here I want to have a horizontal one, which is going to have a width of full and a height of 5. And the vertical is basically going to be the opposite. So height of full and width of 5. Let's also add the default variant. So by default, I want the orientation to be horizontal. There we go. Let's hit save, and look at that. There it is. We can see it. If we head back to the app TSX, I'll just remove this little flex here for now. Here we go. So they can all go one below each other. Lovely. However, we don't see the coloring, right? So I'll do another CVA here for the indicator. So let's call this progress indicator variance. It's going to be a CVA. I'm just going to have a rounded of full with a border of none. And the variance I'm going to have here is going to be the same as we had at the top. We're going to have an orientation. Horizontal. And a vertical. Now, why do we need two of these? Why do we need it here and why do we need it here? This progress indicator essentially shows you like the color that's getting filled up here. And the reason I'm defining two here is the orientation of the color. Since we're doing a gradient, I want this to essentially go to left, whereas on the vertical, I want it to go to top. All right. Now we also want to put the variant colors. So I'm going to have a default one that's going to go from primary to primary 75. And let's do secondary as well, which is going to go from secondary, sorry, not secondary, from muted foreground to muted foreground 75. There we go. Awesome. Perfect. So we have this as well defined, so we can simply pass it down. Let's go to the indicator, add a class name, progress indicator variance, and let's pass down the orientation here. Sorry, the variant, props.variant. And I should have the orientation as well here. Looks like it's not showing up. Let's double check. That's because I defined it inside here. Let's move it out. See, I cannot double define this. So let's delete that. Okay, now that's correct. So now both of them should show up. There we go, orientation. Props.orientation. Lovely. Okay, we got both defined. And let's see if we can actually get this to show up, because it's been here sitting for far too long with nothing happening. So we should be able to go back to our app TSX, add a minimum value to this. Let's do 0, a max of 100, and the value maybe 25. And as you can see, we have type issues here for the min value. And also here we have a type issue for the variant. It says it doesn't exist on progress props. That's because we are never passing this indicator variance down here as well. So we can just do both here. So comma, variant props is also a type of indicator, progress indicator variance. There we go. And the comma, hit save. So now no more error there. I think I know why this is not showing up at all, is because we never defined a default here. Let's try to define a default. We'll do the orientation first. Let's do horizontal as the default, and the variant will do the default, which is the primary color. Yay, there we go, that works. Lovely. Let's head back to the app TSX. Maybe we can adjust these values a tad bit. We can do 25 there. 50, 75. Lovely. And I just think that you don't need to pass down a min value, actually. You can just do that. Just the max and the actual value. Lovely, there we go. That's our horizontal one working perfectly fine. Okay, so there it is. Now again, like I said, BaseUI doesn't really have a vertical mode, so we kind of hook this up manually ourselves. And to actually make a turn over, let's head back to the app TSX and add the orientation and see if that works. So vertical. Let's copy this over. Okay, looks like nothing is happening. So let's head back here. Make sure we're passing everything down, because I said, hey, the width should go to 5 here. So we might have not explicitly passed that down. Yeah, here, see? We need to say orientation in here. Props dot orientation. Okay, there we go. So as you can see, it's not showing up at all now, which is kind of what we wanted. If we head back here though and try that, that still works. See, that's the important part. The reason why nothing is really showing up now is because there's no height on it. So there we go, vertical. Let's see here. With height, see, if we change this to 24, for example, there we go, it shows up, see? But we'll keep it height full. And the way this is gonna work is we'll explicitly add a height to the thing that's wrapping the container. So if we do height 48 here and hit save, there we go, and that's gonna render it out. Okay, so we need to set an explicit height here. You could do it through a prop as well if you want in here, but I much prefer it to have height full inside the new progress, and then you can control it directly here. So then you can just adjust a specific height. I'll do 36 for now, and then let's display this flex with a gap of 4. There we go. Now, as you can see, we have this weird problem now that the progress still wants to go from like left side to the right side. So to fix this, it's actually quite simple. We can just go to the indicator, grab the style here, and check on the props what kind of orientation we're dealing with. If we're dealing with a vertical or a horizontal. So I'm going to leave this empty here, the else statement in this ternary operator. I just want to complete this one here. I'm just going to set the height of this equal to props value %. And look at that. It adjusts to that specific height. And now I don't care about here, right? This should all just be normally filled in. So what I can do is grab this, add a position absolute, and add a width of 100%. See, and now it just fills it up normally. And now I can just simply position it at the bottom. So 0, right? And there you go, look at that. We have successfully made a vertical version of this as well. Awesome. And now if we do the other way around, this should still behave normally. So if I'm just gonna copy and paste this over here. Right, I just basically need to remove the flex here and the orientation. So it's horizontal. Let's hit save. And look at that. You got a horizontal and a vertical version of the progress. Let's also make sure that the secondary variant works. And it does. Lovely job. There we go. We are one step closer to having all the necessary components we need for our project. Okay, I'll catch you in the next one. Before we move on creating our next components, I kind of want to finalize the look of our neomorphism. So having a couple of components now showing up, it becomes a bit more easy to tell if you are looking to do any other changes to it. And for now, what I've noticed is there's still a little bit of, I'm not a big fan of how this looks on white mode, especially the border. I want to kind of match the border color to the background here and use the edge color that we added here to kind of separate it. Okay, on dark mode it looks pretty fine. I'm quite happy with how this looks, but light mode is still looking a bit funky. So for now, to just kind of simplify this color edge is very much looking kind of like the color highlight here, so let's just get rid of it entirely. And for the color highlight here, just so we can keep it kind of the same as we have here on the dark mode, as you can see, we have it with 255, 255, 255, which is RGBA, but here we used just the color white. So let's kind of just replace this. So I'll put that in instead, and I'll adjust the value here for it to be 1. Okay, so that's pretty much the same, but at least it's consistent across the board now. For the Let's look for the border color here on the white mode now. Let's just make it match the background color. So I'll just go here and put this to 200. Let's hit save. There we go. So now it matches the border color. And so now that we don't have that edge existing anymore, let's just go here and replace it with highlight instead. There we go. Let's hit save. So that should work again. So there we go. So we're getting that separation now with the white, just like that. And then we can see the background as well. So there we go. I think that looks a tad bit better here as well. As you can see on the cards, it gives a nice little separation. Now, I'd like for it to also match the bottom side here. So it kind of looks like it's popping out. So what I'll do is I'll simply head to the end here and I'll do another inset for the minus values. So just like this last one here, I'll do -1 pixels, -1 pixels, 2 pixels, and I'll do our shadow, color shadow there. And there we go, let's hit save. And if you want to just pause this and copy these values over, just the way they are here, this is the final one that we're going to stick with. So now we have this kind of edge here on the inside, on the left, top left, and also on the bottom right. So there we go. It just gives that nice separation, makes it really clear and easy to tell what's going on. So I'm really happy with how this looks like. We're going to keep this, and it looks really nice on dark mode as well. Okay, now I want to give you one little final challenge here in this episode, and that's to create badge icons. So it's pretty much going to be exactly the same as the button here. So give that a go, and I'll show you the implementation in the next episode. Okay, I'll see you there. Hello and welcome back. In this episode, we are going to create our input component. In the last episode, I also gave you a challenge to try to implement the badge component by yourself. So here is my implementation. Yours might look a bit different, but it's pretty much the same as the button. So here in the CVA, we use the same styling. Here as well for the default primary, destructive, and warning, we use the BG linear with the same values. Okay, so that's it. And then finally here, we just rendered out a div, see default tag name with a div, and output the element. And that's it. That's pretty much the badge done. So super simple. Hope you did well on this challenge. You can pause it here for a second if you haven't and you want to copy it over. So here's the interface as well. It's just a div. And here are the styles. Okay, let's create our input component. So let's open up the side panel. We'll make a new file, call it input tsx. Let's create our function input, export default function input, pass the good old props down, and here we are gonna create our element. It's gonna be from use render. Can pass the default tag name, it's just gonna be a div, sorry, an input. There we go. And then we have our render. And finally, we have our merged props. Okay, there we go. Let's create our merged props. set that equal to merge props. We can pass all the props down there, and then we can take the class name out here, pass an input variance, which we haven't created, but we'll create now. Oh, and we also might want to pass down the input type, because we might have a number or an email or just like a simple text input. So I'll pass type down here as well. That's going to come from props.type. And cool. So there we go. We can merge that. And here for the render, we can do props.render. That's it, save. I'm also going to talk about what this render does in the next episode. I know I haven't gotten too into it yet. Okay, let's go here at the top. Let's create the interface. That's simply going to be input props, which is going to extend the use render component props. We can pass down the input here. And that's pretty much it. That's all we need. Let's type this, input props. And let's create our variant at the top. Set a equal to CVA. I'm going to add a flex here, width of full, a rounded a medium. We'll do the borders as well. Set the border to background. We'll do the BG to background as well. Actually, let's do the border to the highlight instead. There we go. That's how we kept it for everything else as well. So BG background, border of highlight, and then let's add a bit of padding. So PX of 3, PY of 2. We'll do a small text in here, and then we'll do the ring offset of background. For the file, if we do a file, I want to put the border to nothing. If we also have a file, I want to do the background to transparent. And for the placeholder, so the text that goes inside, I'm going to do a text muted of foreground. This is like before you type, you can have a little placeholder there. And then we'll do all the focus visible stuff. So we'll get rid of the outline. We'll do the ring stuff. So ring 2. We'll do the ring offset of 2 as well. Ring of foreground. And I believe that's it. And for this one, we'll do the shadow inset effect. Shadow inset. And I think that is gonna be it. Let's do the disabled as well, right? Disabled, do opacity of 50. Okay, that's looking good to me. We can simply head now to the bottom and return the element. Let's hit save. And we should be able to render this out. So let's try it out. Let's go over to our app TSX. We'll head down here to the bottom. I'll render it out in the card footer. Okay, let's open that up and let's do an input and import that. Let's hit save, and there it is. Look at that. And when we got the nice outline as well, the ring. Looks pretty nice. Let's copy and do a couple more. There we go. That's 2 there. And let's also separate it a tad bit. Class name space y of 2. Lovely. So we should be able to do the type here as well. There we go. And as you can see, I can pass down these different ones. I can do an email, for example, and that'll work just fine. So that's why I am forwarding this here. So it goes in props, and then it goes down to the type, and it overrides it. Okay, there we go. It's super simple, right? Just a div we needed here with some basic styling on it. But matches the same kind of aesthetic that we have up here. So it's going to blend nicely with everything else. Okay, I'll catch you in the next episode where we will talk about this render prop. Alrighty, in this episode, we are going to talk about this render prop. So what is it and why do we need it? So let me just quickly go here to the BaseUI documentation. Basically, if you used Radix UI before, you might have not, which is fine. But one like really cool functionality that you had in there was the ability to essentially apply the styles to a different component. And what I mean by that is, here we go. This is how Radix would implement it. So you can imagine you have an A tag here, but you want to apply the button stylings on this A tag. So you'd have this little prop here that you can pass down called asChild, and that would essentially apply all the styles over to the A tag. Okay, and this is how Radix did it. You'd use this like slot component that they would provide you with, and then you check if basically if you passed something down here in the children or not. And if you have, then it would render out the slot root. Otherwise, it would just render out a simple button. Now, BaseUI uses the render prop to do that. So what you can do is just pass it down here in the render, like that. Okay, so let me kind of show you how this works. So let's say you have an A tag that you want to add. I'll go to the app TSX here up to the buttons. I'll do it here at the end. Okay, so you have an A tag, right? And say, go to this link. So it's save. So there it is. And I can add a href here, right? I want to go to /link. So if I click it, right, it will go over to that page. All right, but I want to apply the button styles on this. So the way we can do that is simply wrap this, create a button, self-close it, and then add this render prop here. And then just grab your A tag and simply paste it in there. There we go. Hit save, and look at that. It simply applies all the different stylings over to the A tag. There we go. The A tag still works as it normally should. And that's it. That's all there is to it. So really simple and clean way to do this. Okay, let's create our little tab component here. Let's open up our side panel, head over to the top. I'm gonna say tabs TSX. Let's open this up. I'm gonna say export function. I'm not gonna do default here because we'll have a couple again. So we'll have a tabs root. Pass some props in here. There we go. And this is gonna return the tabs. I might actually need to rename this. Actually, no, because it's tabs.root. Okay, so there we go. Let's import that. And that's pretty much all we need here. And then we can type this out as well. So I'll do an interface, tabs root props. This extends, use render, component props. And let's see if they have it here. This might not be available. Might be just a simple div, but to get like better typing here, we can just do React component props. So I do this usually here if I don't find it. Just do component props and then pass that specific type. So type of tabs root. There we go. And we can actually have a look here. So it's just a HTML div element. Okay, so that would work the same way. You can do this if you wanted to, but we can just pass that direct type of in here. Okay, there we go. And then add the curly brackets at the end, and then we can simply pass it down here. Tabs root props. So that's it. And then finally, we also just need to add the styling here. Let's do the merge props. So let's head here to the top. This is gonna be super simple. I'll just paste it here so it's nice and easy to see. I'm just gonna add a width full to this, okay? So we'll pass it down there, tabs root variants, and there we go. Something's wrong here. We need to wrap this in a return statement. That's what's causing problems. There we go. And then we need to pass it down here. So we can say class name. And before this, I will also add ... root merge. Actually, we don't need to pass this class name down anymore because we are doing it up here. We don't need the parentheses, so let's get rid of it. Okay, so that's the tabs root all finished up. And we can kind of like copy paste all of this, honestly, and kind of duplicate it. I'll do it here just so it's nice and simple. So copy that, paste it down here, and I'm gonna rename this to tabs tab. I know that sounds a bit funny, but we'll do that, tabs tab, and this is gonna be tabs tab. Perfect, let's hit save. Now here, again, we can have the props, so we'll just need to rename this. Tabs tab props. And then we'll go to the end here, add the type of tab. Change the name here as well. Everything else still looks fine. So we will keep it. And then here, we also need to update this. I'll paste in the styles here, just so it doesn't take too long. We'll call it tabs. Let's call it tabs tab variants. Okay, there we go. There's quite a bit here, so I'll just paste it here for you, and then you can get it, or you can get off of GitHub, just so we don't spend ages on this. But I'll walk you through everything we added here. So inline flex, this is good again to kind of have all the items come one beside each other, center everything. Have no white space there, a rounded of Excel, a bit of padding, X and Y, font of medium. We do all of our ring stuff that we've done so far, the disabled stuff as well. And then if it's selected, I basically want to add the shadow inset here. That's kind of the important part. If it's not, then I am adding the shadow raise to it. Okay, and that's pretty much it. I don't even think we had the shadow raised. It's just normal, but it just gets like pushed in. And that's it. And then on the hover, you can do a little like color change on it and a little animation as well. I'll do 350 to kind of match the rest of our styles. Simple as that. Okay, cool. And now we can go down here and use that class name here, tabs tab variants. Next up, we will do one called tabs list. And when we actually put this together in the UI, you'll kind of see how they come together. But this is going to look like this, tabs list props. So again, it's the same, but with type of tabs list. And then we'll do export function tabs list. You can pass the props, which is this type that we just made. Open this up, and we'll return a tabs dot list here. There we go. You can also hover over this and see kind of the definition of this. So it just groups the individual tabs together. It's just a development, really. All of this might sound a bit fancy, but it's just divs. There's nothing crazy to it. Okay, and let's also create our variant here at the top. I'll paste it here so you can see it. So this is how this is going to look like. Again, relative with a specific height. I put 12 here. Again, just you can come back here and modify these if you want. I added a text mute to the foreground, a shadow raised, and I mean, that's pretty much it. So the actual group of them is going to have that shadow raised, but the individual tabs are not going to have it. Okay, that's it. A little gap, border of border, and we are good to go. So let's also add that here. Let's merge it, list merge, merge props, pass props, get the class name, and we are going to pass in the tabs list variants. Okay, and we can spread it at the end. Nice, looking good. Next up, we will need the indicator as well. So let's go down here add the interface for it. Let's create the function. Call it tabs indicator. We'll pass the props. There we go. And let's return tabs indicator. You can self-close, go up here, merge them. Add the class name. We can simply pass down our CVA here. So for this one, the indicator is only going to have a couple of stylings here, nothing too crazy. It's going to have a position absolute. It's going to have a shadow of raised and a little animation added to it. Okay. Let's go in here, add the indicator, and merge the props. And last but not least, we actually need the panel where we are going to render that out. So you can imagine these are like the actual tabs, and when you click it, a new panel is going to appear. So let's create the stylings for that as well. Let's go down here at the bottom. Let's create our interface for it. Let's create our function. Call it tabs panel. Pass the props down. And finally, return tabs.panel. Can do a self-closing tag again. Hit save. And the actual stylings for this is going to be, again, pretty simple. We'll head, let's do it here. It's just going to have a margin top of 4, so it kind of separates it from the tabs list. And anything that's notable here, not really, we're just doing the whole focus visible stuff. Yeah, that's it. There's nothing else to it. So let's merge it. Panel merge. Grab the props. And put the class name in. I call it tabs panel variants. All right, when we are done, panel merge. There we go. Okay, cool. So we got everything up and running. Let's give it a quick test to see if it works. Head back over to the app TSX. I'll go here at the bottom. I'll just render out another cards component for now. I'll do it in the cards header. Okay, so let's do a tabs root. We'll do a tabs list. And in here, you'll have the actual tabs tab. So I'll do overview. You need to pass a value down here as well. I'll call it overview. Tabs tab. Let's do another one. User info. With a value of user. Okay, so there's our tabs list. And then after the tabs list, we can do the tabs panel. And I can pass the value here. So for the value of overview, this is what I want to render out. So for now, I'm just going to go here and simply add a bit of text. H2, this is overview. And a paragraph. This is more info about the overview. Super original, okay? Great. Okay, so we have one panel, and then we can just keep creating as many panels as we want, as long as you add the name here, right? That's all you need is go here and create multiple different panels. Tabs panel, and this one would have the value for user. H2, this is for the user. Let's hit save. And there we go. We are getting that rendered out. Nice. So if I click overview and user, look at that. It changes. How cool is that? It works. Not sure what this info is here at the end. Where did I add that text? Let's see. Info. User info. Oh, okay. I called it user info. Let's just call it user. There we go. Keep it simple. And add a little space between them. Class name, space x of 4. As you can see, the stylings are not applying for some reason. So let's see what happened there. Let's go to the top. Oh, here I added this accidentally in curly brackets. It should have been like this and like actually invoke it with parentheses. Okay, so let's do that for all of them. My apologies. There we go. Here as well. And here as well. Let's just confirm that works. I'll just hit save. Oh, there we go. Look at that. It applies. Nice. And here as well. Parentheses. And save. There we go. And we got the spacing as well between the panel. Nice. So look at that. We have this nice shadow raised. And then the element that actually gets clicked is going to have that nice shadow inset on it. Really cool. There we go. That's our panel done. And we got most of our components all ready to go. So let's put together a nice little UI here to kind of showcase everything we've made. Welcome back to chapter 3. In this chapter, we are going to actually put together a nice little UI here to showcase all of our different components. So for now, simply head back over to your app TSX and let's nuke everything here. We'll keep the nav, but everything else can go. So bye-bye. Boom, done. We are starting nice and fresh. Okay, so we have our nav. That looks fine. Right below here, let's do our hero section. So we can add a comment here as well if you want. You can do that with curly brackets and then close it up with this little star symbol like that. And then you can name it anything you want. So hero section, just so it's a bit easy and we can see kind of where we are. Okay, we'll create a section for this. We'll create a H1. Let's call this beautiful components with neomorphic design. Let's create a paragraph below as well. Crafted with care and attention to detail. Built on top of BaseUI we used. What else can we say? With Tailwind CSS. Accessible, customizable, and ready to use in your projects. Awesome. Let's see. There it is. Now let's style this up a bit. I'm gonna add a class name. I'm gonna limit the maximum width of this to something like 4XL. I'm gonna add a little padding here on the X, a padding on the bottom of 12, padding of top of 24, and an MX of auto. There we go. Kind of center it there. That might be a bit too much for the padding top. I might not want actually that much space. We can even like combine these together, do PY of 12. There we go. Cool. For the actual H1 here, add a class name. Let's do a text of 4XL, font of semi-bold, a tracking of tight. Let's actually just apply this when we go up from like medium higher, maybe lower it to 3XL. So now when we go up, there we go. It gets that size. But we can still keep it quite small, maybe like text XL on mobile. Cool. Let's also center this. We can just center everything up here. Text center. Nice. And then for the paragraph, add a small margin top. Text of large. Text muted of foreground. And we'll limit the space again to something like 2XL. Okay, cool. That looks off there. Let's see why that is. Let's do a quick inspect. I think the text centering is not applying correctly. Oh, it's because of the different size here and the max width. That's why. This is longer, the other one's shorter. Let's just kind of simplify this and kind of merge it into one. There we go. So let's say we want medium here to do text large. Otherwise, we can do text medium. There we go. That looks pretty cool. Maybe we can do empty of 1 instead. There we go. Maybe even small here. Yeah, that looks much better. Okay, cool. There we go. That's our little front cover here. And now we can create a section where we can create a bunch of different cards. So let's go here at the bottom and create a new one. Let's add a class name. I'll do a flex here, flex call. And the medium, I'll do a flex row. I'll do an items of start and the max width of 7XL. And also an MX of auto, and I'll do a gap of 8 and a MY of 12 to give a bit of spacing between this and the cards I'm gonna have down here. So I'm basically gonna put all my cards in here. And again, this kind of acts as when I'm on mobile, we'll do flex call. So they're all gonna just take up the full space. When we are on desktop or medium screens and higher, I'm gonna do flex row. So we have 2 cards, basically one beside each other. Okay, there we go, cool. So let's create a div here. Basically, I'll have 2 divs, div 1 and div 2. So this is gonna be, again, these are like the 2 columns that we're gonna have. And they're gonna have the same amount of spacing. So you can do flex 1 for that. And a space Y of 6. And that applies to here as well. So class name, flex of 1, space Y of 6. Okay, cool. Let's start with this div here. We'll do a card. We'll do a card header. And we'll do a music player for this one. So let's do a card title. We'll call it music player. There it is. Do a card description. Enjoy high quality music streaming. There we go. Let's give it a bit more space so we can see what's going on. I don't need anything else in here. We'll do our card content. So in here, let's do a div. You can kind of separate this out in your own component if you want to, but I'll just do everything in here. We'll do a space Y of 8. So in here, we will have the image. And what I'm gonna do for this one, you can put any image you want. I'll get the gorillas image. So there we go, that's our little image component there. But this is gonna take up as much space as it unfortunately needs. So we can also limit this. So let's go here and add the class name to this. I'm gonna limit the width to 56 and the height to 56. There we go. And I'll do a rounded of full. So it's gonna look like a music player. Shadow of raise, that's gonna give it that neomorphic effect. Look at that, really cool. Then we'll do a border of 4 and a border of border. Let's hit save, and there we go. Look at that. We have that nice, it kind of looks like a vinyl. Awesome, so that's one. Then we'll do another div after this div here. Actually, we can just do it here. And this is gonna have like more information. So we can do a text of center, space Y of 2. I'm gonna put in a H2 here with the title, so Feel Good Inc. That's the name of the album. There it is. We can apply some stylings to it as well. Let's do a text of XL, font of semi-bold, and a text of foreground. Okay, there we go. Let's also add a little paragraph so we can say the name of the band, Gorillaz. Is it 2L? That's 2L and 1Z. There we go, gorillas. We'll add the class name of text of small. We'll do the muted foreground. What we can do here as well, rather than just doing H2 and paragraph, we can just reuse the card title. So we can just get rid of this entirely and just say card title. There we go. And this is going to give us just a tad bit more consistency. This is pretty much the same styles we did on the card description as well. Right below this, let's also create our progress bar. So I'll do another div, and I'll do new progress bar, I think we named it. There it is. All right, looks great. And then we can add a max. I'll put that to 100, and then we can say the value should be maybe around 45. There we go. Now, what else I want to do is kind of display the time as well on this. So I can do a div. I'm going to have a span here. It's going to say 0, 0, 0. And then another span for 3:32 for the time there. So there it is. But I kind of want to display it nicely. So I'm going to add a class name of flex, justify of between. There we go, to separate it a bit, and a margin top of 1. There we go, looks great. And then we can do a text of small as well. And a text muted foreground as well. Okay, cool. We may even go smaller than that. Can do an excess. There we go. Cool. And let's also maybe increase this to 2. Never super happy with these things. But there we go. That looks pretty fine to me. The image there doesn't go in the middle. So that's still one thing that we need to sort out. Let's see why. So we added the space Y here. What we could do is also do a flex call. So that shouldn't change anything yet. But if we do a justify of center and item center, that should fix it now. However, this kind of collapsed. So we can add a width to it on our own. So we can say class name, width of full. And it looks like it doesn't work. Let's do a min width to Excel. There we go, so that works. It's maybe a bit too large. Let's do a large instead. That's still too big. Medium. So that still looks large to me. Let's do an excess then. There we go. I don't want to stretch this out way too much. Okay, there we go. That looks pretty good to me. We can even add like our own value, our own fixed value. I think that looks fine. One more thing I like to add below is our actual play icon. So let's go below this div. Create a new div. I'm going to add a class name of flex with an items of center, justify of center. Do a gap of 6. We'll do a button. And we'll import the skip back from Lucid React. So let's import that. I'm going to add a class name, width of 4 and height of 4. And look at that, there it is. Kind of want to make this rounded though. So I can do a size of icon and a shape of circle. And there we go, look at that, boom, done. We are finished. We can do variant as well if we want to do the primary. Nice. That's our skip button all hooked up. Then we can have a play and pause button as well. I'll just copy these over. And just right below here, I'll do the other button. And then we'll do one more button. There we go. So we have 3 in here. And then we can just simply update the icons. So this is going to be the play. And we can even make this bigger if you want. Sorry, this should have been play, the middle one. There. Let's make this a bit bigger. We'll do 6. Nice. That can stay 4. And we can simply just change this to the skip forward. Let's hit save. There we go. That looks nice. I'm not a big fan of this play icon. Do they have a different one? Play icon. Let's see. That looks the same. Play square. Let's see. Does that look any nicer? Oh my god, they're all ugly. Okay, we'll keep the play then. Let's keep that. Okay, let's increase the size. Oh, we increased the size on this. That's why it looks weird. Let's put it back to 4. Instead, I want to increase the size of the actual button. We'll do width 12, height 12. Let's hit save. That still doesn't increase. If I do 20 here, that looks quite cool as well. Have it kind of stretched out. Up to you. You can do 20-20 like that, or we can just do the width. I'm gonna do the width. I think that looks pretty interesting. Maybe we'll do a smaller gap in between these as well. Let's lower that to 4. Up to you. Mess around with it. See kind of what you like. Would also be cool if we have like some sort of state here that we can activate. So let's just go up here. In the app, we can do const is playing and set is playing. Let's set that to false by default. So use state. Set it to false. And rather than doing this, so find your play icon here, we can just change that play icon with a pause or a play, depending if that state is active or not. So you can do something like this. Is playing, we can render out the pause. Otherwise, we can render out the play. One more cool thing we can do is add a little animation to this when we hit play. So head back over here to your image tag, and I'll simply, rather than doing a class name how we did here, I'm gonna modify this and add backticks. So curly bracket backticks, and here at the end as well, remove that and add curly bracket backticks. And now I can do a $sign curly brackets and say if is playing question mark, you can do an animate spin, and this is built into Tailwind already. And then here at the end, add otherwise nothing. So I hit that, look at that, we got a nice little spin going on. Cool. All right, there's our little music player all hooked up. I guess one little thing that I would like to add to this is on Safari, you're gonna have a problem with the tabbing. You're not gonna get this like tab index working properly. So that's still one little like accessibility issue that for some reason has been in Safari for ages and ages. So to fix that, we can simply, and one more thing I should also add, when you tab over this with a screen reader, since this button doesn't really have any content in it, right? It just says pause and play. It's not gonna read that back. So what you need to do on this button is to give an area label. So you'd go here for this one, you'd say area label, and you'd pass in previous track. And then you do next track on this one. And then here, what you would do, you can even do it with state. So you're able to do an area label based on the state. So you can say equal if is playing, then the area label should say pause. Otherwise, it should say play. So that's one accessibility that's going to get fixed. And the second one, we can just simply head over in the button, and we'll also need to fix this, is we are going to override here in the merged props, not only the class names, but here at the end, add this tab index. So say tab index 0. Okay, adding this now will make it work on Safari, so you can actually tap through it. Okay, that's it. That's our music player all hooked up. Let's create a couple more. Let's create another one here down below that is gonna have some inputs as well and checkboxes to kind of display a card that would represent upgrading your subscription. I'll also switch to dark mode. It just looks a bit nicer in my opinion. Always been a dark mode fan. Okay, let's go back to our app TSX. So we can simply go here at the end and create a new card at the bottom here. So this is a card. We'll do a card header. I'll copy this over so we don't have to type it all out. You can pick any name you want. This is what I picked here. So card title that says upgrade your subscription. And then a card description here as well. And make sure you always wrap this in the card header, as that's going to have those paddings attached to it. So let's wrap it up. Hit save, and there we go. That's all looking nice. And now for the card content. Let's open this up. Let's create a div. We might actually, yeah, let's do one. Add a class name of space y of 4. Let's add a h2. We are going to say plan. And again, here we could also use the card title again, honestly. There we go. And the card description again. Select the plan that best fits your needs. Let me just add a smaller space y here of 0.5. Maybe 1. There we go. Cool. All right, so we got the plan. Now I'll create 2 columns for this. So in here, after the card description, let's do a div. I'll have the class name of grid with a grid calls of 2, a gap of 4. And let's create 2 here. So I'll do a div. Can do a self-closing tag on this. And this is going to have a class name. And I'll do backticks here, like that. Do flex call, padding of 4 with a rounded of LG, cursor of pointer, a transition of all, border of 3, border of border, and a duration of 350. And then at the end here, I'll add a $sign and curly brackets, and I'll have a selected plan state here. So I set that equal if we are in the starter plan. Then we can apply these styles here. I can do a BG primary of 10 and a shadow of inset. Otherwise, I'll do a different styling here. I'll do a BG background with shadow of raised. There we go. Now we don't have the selected plan state added. So let's just head to the top here. And I'll post it right below this one. And I'll just have it like this. So it's set on the starter by default. And as you can see, it's selected as well. Okay. Let's see what else we need to do in here. We do need to actually add the text. So I should have probably expanded this. Let's expand this out. Not self-closing. I'll remove that and close it there. Let's prompt it open. What I'll have in here is going to be another div that's going to hold a checkbox. Can self-close this one though. I'm going to add an ID to it of starter plan, a checked property as well. So I'm going to say selected plan triple equals starter. Then we want this to be checked. And I think that's pretty much it. Let's hit save. I think we call this new checkbox. Yes, we did. So let's do that instead. So there we go. So as you can see, it's selected by default, and that's what we want. Okay, what else? We'll do a little span in here that says starter plan. There it is. And then let's kind of style this div up. A flex item center, space x of 2, margin bottom of 2. There we go. Give it a bit of space. We can do a text muted, a foreground here, text small. Maybe a text medium. Yeah, I'll go with small. And I'll remove this. I don't like the text muted foreground actually. There we go. Let's keep it like that. And one more thing I want to do is when we click this big div here, I'm also going to add an onClick that's essentially going to set this over. So run an arrow function. I'm going to set selected plan over to starter. So now what I can do is essentially copy this whole thing over. So let's grab that, yank it, and then go at the bottom of this and paste it again. So there we go. That's going to give you 2, but they're both saying starter plan. So let's just kind of modify these things. So on click here, we should switch over to the pro instead. This should be pro. Let's do pro plan here as well. Okay, we are getting there. There's something still missing here that activates it. Let's refresh it. I think it's here. Yep, we need to change this to pro as well. There we go. So now I can click between these two and it toggles really nicely. That's such a cool effect. We can head over here to the top, add a little bit of margin to this as well. MT of 4. There we go, kind of separate it a little bit. That's looking nice to me. Now let's go to the end of this div here, right above the cart content, and we'll create another one. I'll just have a simple input tag here. Let's hit save, there it is. Allow the class name, separate this a bit. We'll separate it by 4. And there we go, we can add a placeholder as well. And let's say notes. There we go, it displays in there, really cool. We can also add a label to this if we want to. So I can say label, notes. Okay, cool. We can add a little bit of spacing. And the class name, margin bottom of 2, text of extra small, and the text muted of foreground. We'll do a block as well here, otherwise the spacing is not going to get applied. Let's see what else. A form label must be associated with an input. So the reason why we're getting that is we are not defining the HTML4 prop. So we'll say this is for notes. And then here we can say the ID of this is notes. So now when we click on this, see how it activates the input? Perfect, that's what we want. Okay, lovely. So we got that. And right below this, I also want to have a simple checkbox. So let's go in here. Do a new checkbox. Now I'll also do a label for this. And this is going to be, I agree to the terms and conditions. So let's save. So there it is. We might want to actually render this out afterwards. So delete that, put it after. Up to you how you want to have this styled. And then let's do the ID here. Call it terms. HTML4 terms. There we go. The ID attribute should not be a static string literal. Instead use, that's just like a little, this is fine. It'll work fine. I think my little ESLint here is throwing me that error. Okay, and then finally we can add a little space in between these two. We can just honestly wrap it in a div. Let's save. And a class name, margin top of 4. There we go, separate it a bit more. Flex with item center gap of 2. And that is looking pretty cool. So if I click here, that should activate as well. And finally here, to just kind of showcase some buttons as well, let's render these out in the cart footer. I added a destructive and a primary button like that. So there we go. This looks pretty nice. I'm happy with that. Awesome, good job, well done. We have 2 little cards here to showcase our UI. Okay, I'll catch you in the next one. Hi, welcome back. Another important component that you might want to have is some sort of charts, whether that's, displaying revenue or displaying the amount of users you've gained over time. So let's actually do that in the other div here. So we have 2 cards sitting next to each other. This side is feeling super lonely right now. So let's open this up and we'll do a card component. We'll do a card header. And let me just paste this in again so we are not spending too much time just writing out text. So the card header here, again, is going to have a card title and a card description, and it's going to look like this. So if we have a look, there it is. The only difference is I added a bigger kind of text here to the pricing for the card title, but that's pretty much it. So now if we check, as you can see, that comes on the right side now because we're displaying it in the other div here. Lovely. Now for charts, I highly recommend you to try out Recharts. That's been a fantastic library. So to install it, we can do npm i recharts. And now with Recharts installed, we can simply head down here to the bottom, do a card content. I'm gonna set a height to this. So I'm gonna put 48. And in here, to use Recharts, we can do a responsive container. So with the responsive container, that's why you need to set a specific height here, otherwise it's not gonna work. And then now the SVG is just gonna take up the size. So on the container here, you can just specify the width to be 100% and the height to be 100%. Okay, there we go. And then let's do a line chart. Feel free to have a look through their documentation. They have a bunch of different interesting ones. This one looks really cool. Now we need some sort of data here. So we'll define this in a second as well. But let's render out the lines. So I'll say line. And you can do a self-closing tag on this. That'll work fine. And then we just need to define a couple of properties. The type is going to be monotone. You can have like different kind of curves here, but this one looks cool. The data key is going to be set to value. And now for the stroke color, I essentially want it to have basically my primary color. So you can just pass in the variable here, color primary. There we go. And then the stroke width, I'll put this up to 3. And you can also have dots in here. I'm gonna put that with a fill of primary as well. This needs to be like that. There we go. And I think that's it. I don't think we need anything else. The only thing that's missing is this data here. So to define that, let's head to the top of the page. And right here, you can do something like this. I have a name and a value attribute here. And I just added a couple. So we call this revenue data. So let's pass that in there. And it looks like we are not getting any errors anymore. And look at that, there it is. It's getting rendered out really nicely. And as you can see, the responsive container automatically adjusts to it. Now, one more thing I want to adjust is just the width of this. Right now, it's just taking up the space of the content. So we can just head over here and set the width to full. Hit save, and there we go. Look at that, stretching out nicely now. Lovely, that's 3 cards down. And yeah, looks fantastic. Let's check it out on white light mode. Yeah, looks great to me. Awesome job. Let's create another component here that tracks our movement goal. Let's see if we've been lazy or not. I haven't gotten up this chair in the last 4 hours, so it's probably a good idea for me. I should listen to my own advice. But let's do a move goal tracker here. So we'll do it in this, the second one here, just so we have more content on the right side again. So let's head over here and to the bottom after this card. Make a new card. Again, hopefully you can get the format now. We do a card header. We should also add a width full to this one, actually. Let's add to the top. Here we go, where we have flex 1, width full. There we go. So it just takes up the whole space. All right, we got the card with the card header. Say card title. We'll say move goal. Your move goal. Card description. We'll say track your weekly move goals here. After this, let's do a div. It's going to have a class name of flex with a gap of 4, items of center, justify of center, and a margin top of 4. We will display a bunch of buttons in here. Let's do button. This is going to have the minus symbol. Let's hit save. There it is. We can also do the size if you want. We can do a icon size and a shape of circle. And again, remember, add the area label to this because we don't have any text in it, so it wouldn't know what it is. Decrease daily calorie goal. Nice. And the tabbing still works on this because we added that in the component itself. Then let's do a text here after the button. So we'll do a div with class name of text center. Can do a card title. And I'll just say 350. And then down below, I'll just do a paragraph. It says calories a day. There we go. And since we added this here, let's add a flex. No, we'll keep it like that. That's fine. After this, what we'll do is add the other button. Let's just copy this because the only thing we'll need is a plus symbol. There we go. That looks nice. Can replace this with plus. And of course, update the area labels here to make it all nice. So gap of 4, maybe we can increase the gap here a bit. Do 6. There we go, give it a bit more separation. And then for the card title here, you can add a class name and just maybe up the text size. There we go. Cool, that looks nice. And now all I want to do is display a bunch of progress lines. Since we have the progress, this is going to be super easy to do. Let's head out of the card header, create a card content. And for the card content, I'm going to add a class name of flex with items of end, justify of center, gap of 4, and a height of 32. Okay, so I'll just do curly brackets and define a bunch of data points here. 85, let's do 55, 24, 89, 100, 28, and 44. I'm happy with that. And then we can just map over these. I can extract the value. And what I want to do is render out a New progress bar. Let's hit save. See if that works. There it is. It works. And now what I want to do here, add a key to this. Now you'd want a specific ID. I'll just pass the value for now. The value is also going to be value, and the orientation is going to be vertical. And there it is. Look at that. We got all nicely displayed out. Justify center here. We might not need that actually. If I had, we should put it in the center. That looks weird. Here we go. That's our little progress lines there rendered out. If you want, you can also adjust the width of this if you want. So you can do a class name width of 24, for example. And look at that. You get that. That's probably not what you want. But something like 12 if you want to mess around, kind of and adjust this. And also the height of it. So that looks a bit funny looking if you ask me. What I do is probably do the height a bit bigger. So like 48 here. There we go. And then maybe less here. It's like 8. Something like that. That looks pretty cool. I feel like that's still a bit too thick. I think I like it without better. There we go. Let's just define a couple more data points in here. So I'll do 11, 20, 33, 76. There we go, just to give a bit more interest. Okay, there we go. That's our little calorie goal made in just a couple of minutes here. Okay, we will do one more, but I would love for you to create a bunch of other ones and share it with me on my X page. Just shoot me a message over at Develop by Ed, and I would love to see what you've made. But we'll do one more, and then we will finally host this with our registry. So let's go down here, create a new card. Let's display some of those switch components as well. So we'll do a card. I'll call this cookie settings. So I'll just get the card header here. Again, we're just following the same format. Cookie settings, and for the description, I picked manage your cookies. Okay, and then for the card content, let's head down here. I'll do a space Y of 4. I'll do a div in here. And a class name of flex, items of center, justify of between. And in here, let's do a paragraph that's gonna say strictly necessary. There we go. We can add a class name to this, say text of base with a font of medium. Right below that, let's also do another text. I'll add something like this here. There we go. So these cookies are essential in order to use the website and its features. And then this will also need to be placed in a div. So let me just grab these two. Pop them in here. Change this to a paragraph as well. Okay, that's looking nice and dandy. And then let's just render out a switch component below. So I'll go here in between these two divs. Do a new switch. And there we go, it's on this side because we added display flex. And then I'll do one more that's pretty much identical to this. And the only difference here is I want this to be disabled just so we can showcase that as well. So I'm gonna say disabled. Hit save. As you can see, it's not clickable. And also I want it by default to be checked. Now if I refresh, as you can see, it's right there. Looks all nice and dandy. The only thing that I'd say is it doesn't look like it's disabled. So let's just quickly head to the Neo switched as well and see if we added one of those properties, and we haven't. So let's do disabled opacity. We'll just put that down to 50. There we go. Nice. So there we go. And finally, let's also add a little button here at the bottom for our preferences. So we can render that out in the footer. Let's just simply add a button. It's going to say save preferences. That's it, save, and there we go. Awesome job. So there we go. Those are a couple of cards. Look how fast we built all of this out. So once you have these core components, it's super easy to start building out all the different parts of your web page. Okay, awesome. Thank you so much for joining me, and I'll catch you in the next chapter. See you then. Hi, and welcome to Chapter 3. This is going to be entirely optional. You can stop right here and start building out your websites with the components we've done. But if you want to be able to use the ShatCN CLI to essentially install these components that we made across multiple different projects, then please follow along. So we're going to set up an entirely new project here with Hano, and we're going to host the JSON data on Cloudflare workers. So let's get into it. Okay, let's create our new project. So this is where we created our components in this Neomorphism 2.0. But besides this here, we are going to create our new Hano project. So this is a really lightweight little server that we can pop up here to host our JSON files. So let's run the command npm create, and we're going to do Hano at latest. And let's give the name Neomorphic Registry. Okay, we'll hit yes to install. And here we can select kind of which template we want to use. And I want to use the Cloudflare workers here. Let's do that. I'm going to hit yes to install the dependencies. I'm going to use npm for this one. That's fine. You can use pnpm or yarn, but let's just keep it simple. There we go. It finished, so we can cd into it. Let's hit ls. Okay, we are in. And then finally, we need to say npm install. Okay, there we go. It's up and running. So let's open this up. We can have a quick look at the project structure. So we have our node modules here where everything gets installed. A source, which is essentially just going to return us this slash here. So if we hit the slash route, it's going to return us this text, hello Hano. And then we have the package.json. Here is where we get to install our scripts. And then we have a wrangler.json file here. So it just basically tells it, okay, well, this is the name of it. This is kind of the entry file here for our projects, our index.ts, and the compatibility date. This is because workers is kind of like a different runtime from stuff like Node.js. So they're trying to like support all the different packages and have like backwards compatibility. And then here are some other stuff that you can do, like bindings with buckets. We don't really need any of this for now, so we'll just leave it like this. Let's actually try to host this now and run it. You'll need a Cloudflare account for this. Optionally, again, you can try to host this with Vercel or with any other provider, but I think Cloudflare is a really simple way to do it, and I've been a big fan of them. Okay, so if we check the package.json, you're going to see that you can run Wrangler dev to run the development server, but we can do deploy here to essentially host it. So if I do npm run deploy, it's going to run and minify that. Now you might have another browser here popping out saying that you need to authorize this. So I'll hit allow. I'll just pop that back here. And that should be it. So it should say successfully logged in and uploaded. There we go. And then this should also give you a link here that you can visit. So there we go. If we cut this and paste it in the browser, on the home page now, see you get hello Hano. So it works. Look, this is all hosted for you in just a couple of clicks. Lovely job. Okay, so in the next episode, we'll start setting up our kind of registry and everything to be able to host those components. So I'll see you there. Okay, so the first thing we need to do is to install ShatCN as a dependency. So I'm going to run the command npm i/d, like that, as for dependency. And I'm going to say chatcn at canary. This is going to be the latest version. You can also run chatcn at latest. Let's wait for this to install. And that should be all done. So now we can use this chatcn command to essentially build out our JSON files. Okay, let's see what we need to do. Let's open up our side panel here. And the way this is going to look like is we are going to need a registry folder here. So I'm going to create a /registry/ and then you can give it kind of the name of the library that you have. So in my case, it's Neomorphism. You're going to see chatcn has like New York or default. So you can create multiple ones if you want. I never figured out if it's neomorphism or with O. I'll do it with O, neomorphism /. And then here we actually create the components that we want. So let's do the button for now, button, and then button tsx. There we go. So now we can actually go back to the other project here, get that button that we made, and just simply copy everything over. Let's copy everything. Let's go back here and paste it in. Oops, that didn't do it. Yank that. Go back here, paste it in, and let's hit save. Okay, lovely. So there it is. Okay, we got that going. Let's maybe do one more. We can create a new one here. Let's do the card /card tsx. Let's go back here. Get the card, yank that, paste it in here. Okay, cool. So we got 2, and then you can keep doing as many as you want, and then you can create different styles as well, and then you have your one centralized registry. Next up, at the root folder here, we'll need to create a registry JSON file. So if we quickly go over to the chatcn documentation here, as you can see, they have basically a guide on how you can host your registry. We need this little schema here. So I'll copy it over. Let's paste it in here. This is going to point to the chatcn schema. Here we can give our own custom name. So Neomorphism. You can also add the website here where you want to like host it. And the items here is basically where you're going to place each component in. So let's open this up. And we basically define 2. So we can give a name. We can do button. We have the type as well. And for the type here, you can say registry. And what type is this? It's a component. Now you might want to have different kind of utility functions, not necessarily just like hosting your UI library. This also supports maybe hooks or little utility functions that you want to do. So there's multiple things that you can host. But we're just going to use components for now. We can give a title as well. So this could say something like neomorphic button. And also a description. A simple neomorphic button. Okay? And then finally, we need to define the files. This is going to be an array. And this is going to point to where this button actually is. So path. And this is going to point to registry. That's our folder, right? And then we named it, let's have a look, registry neomorphism. Okay, and then it's button and then button tsx. Lovely, so that's defined. And the type for this, again, it's just going to be a component. Lovely. And then finally here, after the array, we can add a comma, and we can also define the dependencies. So when we're going to use the ShadCN tool, it's actually going to install everything that's in this array dependency. So let's open this up. And what do we need? Well, let's have a look what we installed. Go to the top. So we used BaseUI. We can grab that. So there we go. That's everything that we have that needs to be defined. And then you can copy paste this over to host everything else, like your card components and everything else that you add in your folder there. And finally, we are ready to build this out. So let's just head over to the package.json. I'll go here at the end and add a script that's called Registry build. I'm going to name this ShadCN build. That's it, save. Let's close that up and run it. npm run registry build. There we go. It looks like we had a problem here. Something went wrong. Please check the error below for more details. Looks like we expected a comma here at position 482 on line 17. So that didn't work. Let's just head back here and try to see what was wrong. What we can also do is kind of just move these dependencies from here over to the top so they apply to all the items, because they're all pretty much depending on BaseUI and class variance authority and Tailwind merge. I think the problem is the semicolon in JSON. You cannot do that. Add a comma instead, and that is gonna fix it. Let's see. Let's try to run this again. And look at that, building registry has been complete. Lovely. So we can head back here, have a look, and we should have an output somewhere. Here we go in public R. See, we have the button JSON. Awesome, there it is. It's ready to go. Now, if you try to deploy this, it's not going to work if you go over to /r button. As you can see, you have a not found. So what we need to do is head over to the Wrangler JSON here and define basically our assets. So here we can say assets, curly brackets, and we're going to say the directory here is going to be the public. This is where we want to host all of our public assets from. And the binding is going to be called assets. So now here's the cool thing with Cloudflare. You can close this up. We can run this command here in our package.json called cf typegen. So let's run that. npm run cf typegen. This is going to create the new asset binding for us. We can head back to nvim. Let's go over to our index.tsx, and then we can set up a specific route here to serve all those individual JSON files. So let's do an app.get. We can do /r/ and here we have a dynamic parameter. So we're going to have a name.json, comma. I'm going to add an async function. We're going to run this. Let's open this up. I'm going to pull out the name. It's going to be from C request param. And I want to pull in the name. I'm going to get the path as well. So I'm going to say /r/name.json. That's how we can get the file. Now I'm just going to return c.environment assets fetch, and I'm going to fetch this path that we created. And there we go. That should give it to us. That's it, save. And we are ready to deploy this. So let's try to deploy this again. npm run deploy. As you can see, it read 2 files from the public. So that uploaded a new file. So if I refresh here, look at that. We get our button.json file and it's working. Lovely. So this is ready to be used and consumed by all of our other applications. So I'll show you how we can do that just now. Okay, let's see how we can consume our components now. So I just went back to the Neomorphism 2.0, where we essentially set up all the different components. I'm going to do something silly here. I'm just going to delete everything that we made so far. There we go. Cool. Next up, what I'm going to do is initialize chat.cn. Let's go down. So you need the Tailwind and Tailwind CSS, of course. In the tsconfig here, let's see where that is, tsconfig.json. Let's head in here for a second. I need to add this compiler options as well, so it knows how to solve the base path here and where to basically install those components. So we just need to copy these two here. So that's a copy. I'll go here at the end. Paste that in there. Gonna add a comma. Let's run the npx CLI command here. So I'm gonna say chat.cn init. There we go. I'm gonna pick a color here. That's fine. It's gonna install all the dependencies and it's ready to go now. So if we hit nvim, now that we install that, you're gonna see we have a components.json file here. So now I can simply head over here, copy the URL where I have my button hosted, open this up, the registries, and I can give it any name I want. Let's call it Neomorphism, and paste it here. Now I don't need to do this for every single component, like add button.json, car.json. We can simply remove button here and do a dynamic value. So you can just pass a name, and then the CLI will automatically recognize that for you. Okay, so there we go. That's all we need. And now we should be able to run the command npx chat.cn at latest add, and then the name I gave it, neomorphism /button. Let's run that. Look at that, checking registry, and it created that component for us. How cool. So if I open up source components, there it is. Our button TSX has been fully imported in our project. Really cool, right? And you can do this again with hooks as well, and everything else that you would need. Not only that, as you can see, it installed the necessary packages for us as well. Awesome job. So thank you so much for joining me on this little fun adventure with creating our UI library. Hope you enjoyed it. I can't wait to see you make your own. Please message me on X if you want, or on YouTube. I would love to see what you've made. Okay, I'll catch you in the next course.